lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Geary is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Like
Welcome, everyone. The wheat has been separated from the chaff. We are now into the knockout phase. The top 8 have made it through. And here we go. We're into the quarterfinals. It's quarterfinal day, everybody. And we have some enticing pairings, some intriguing pairings. Jan is back. Hi there, Jan. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I took a little hiatus to play chess myself, which is rough, as we know. But I made it back alive.
Yeah, that is tough. How did it go? Dare I ask?
I played the very prestigious German Cup Championship for teams, and my team made it to the final round. So great success.
Fantastic. Dare I ask how you played individually? Are you satisfied?
Yeah, I'm all right. I won my first game, and yesterday I drew our old friend Luke van Vele, so was fine.
Good stuff.
Lovely weekend in the German countryside.
Oh, whereabouts? Where did you head?
An area called Emsland that is not very far from where I live in Hamburg, but still very hard to reach. It's beautiful. That was like 200 kilometers, and I needed like 5-6 hours by train. Emsland, fix it. We need to be able to get there more quickly.
Never heard of it. Anyway, it sounds like a satisfactory weekend. Excellent. And now we're back to some pretty tasty chess. That was very strange. Chess.
It is the Chessable Masters.
This is the Chessable Masters, exactly. There we are. Yes, before we kick off, I should mention, of course, our partners. The event sponsored by Chessable, the online learning platform that is taking the chess world by storm. And we should also thank Airthings, who monitor air quality of the players. And don't forget, there are some NFTs to be auctioned at chesschamps.io. Do check those out as well. There we can see the mosaic of our players up there. Let's just run through each match very, very quickly. And Jan, I just want a quick call. Favorites on each match. So first of all, Geary against Tari. Who's favorite?
Geary is a favorite.
Fine. Next one, we have Mamadjarov against Ding Liren.
I'll go with Ding.
I'll go with Ding too. Then we have Wei Yi against Pragnanda.
Wei Yi, he looked great on the day I was doing commentary. I think he slowed down a bit afterwards, but I was impressed. I'll go with the veteran, Wei Yi.
And we have Magnus Carlsen against David Anton.
That one's easy. Anton's going to take it.
Okay, well, there you go. I'm afraid I'm going to be really boring, and I'm going to agree with your selections. To my mind, we have 4 clear favorites in these matches. Let's see, is there going to be an upset? So we're on the board. We have Carlsen against Anton.
Go.
Just to remind everyone, it's the knockout phase, so they're playing 4 games, best of 4. And if at the end of it, it's 2-2, then we go into tie breaks. More on that if it actually happens. But let's just see what's going on in this first game. Exchange variation. That suits Magnus. He does like his fixed pawn structures.
He does, and in particular, the Karlsbad structure, he's always had a soft spot for the CDED thing we call the Karlsbad structure. He's played it with both colors, with black. He's played all kinds of shady versions, also with pawns on a6 and an early h6. But it's notable, first of all, he started with 1c4, which looks like a good move compared to his other first move choices these days, where he's played c3, d3, h4. Looks like no more messing around in the knockout phase.
I was going to say, he's suddenly decided to get serious when it's coming down to the wire, and maybe not a bad thing, because, of course, losing one game, well, you can get away with an accident in the round robin phase where he's playing 15 games. But at this point, well, losing one game could be very serious if your opponent just manages to halve out for the rest of the game. So, yeah, now it's getting to the business end of the tournament. Queen c2, claiming that all-important b1, h7 diagonal, and yes, preventing a black bishop coming to f5. So all absolutely normal. And I can see that Anton has playing in the approved trendy method with h6. It's interesting how fashion has changed. 10, 20 years ago, h6 was deemed as inaccurate, and one always played bishop e7, knight d7, and castles, rook e8, and so on. And one did not commit that h-pawn. That was considered heresy. There we go, rook e8, knight f8. But yeah, well, fashion changes, and it's been discovered that this move h6 is perfectly acceptable in order to play the knight out to h5. That's the trendy way of playing, usually with a bishop in between, of course, the bishop on g5 and queen on d8. But that's the way things go. Who knows why that's happened, but it just has.
Yeah, first of all, it's interesting that Magnus does go for this move queen c2, indicating that he doesn't really want to face e3, which is still the main move, after which bishop f5 is legal and queen f3 is in line here. Carlsen himself won a nice endgame a couple of years back against Kramnik in this line, which put this line out of fashion for black, but it seems like it's back and the world champion decides to avoid it here. The price you have to pay is that the queen doesn't need to be on c2 in all these lines. Like in the game, you would much rather have knight g2 instead of queen c2 here, but can't have everything.
Interesting that Anton hasn't actually gone for this knight h5 move. Knight h5 is the trendy move. I mean, sometimes one plays knight d7 first, and then knight h5 is, well, I mean, these days is absolutely standard. And then we can see the point of actually advancing the pawn to h6. And the idea is, after the knight move, is simply to exchange the bishops. And after that bishop exchange, then just black breathes more easily. Then the knight will move either f8 or b6. And yeah, the bishop comes out somewhere, bishop d7, or, well, even further afield sometimes, and rook d8. Mickey Adams absolutely is a past master at playing this system with black, and I think we even saw it a little bit earlier in the tournament. I think while you were away, actually, Jan, we had the game Geary against Ding, and Ding employed this line successfully to basically block out Geary. Yeah, showed it's a very nice way to play. But instead of playing with knight d7 and knight h5, a5 is on the board. So this is quite frisky. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I've seen this before. He's trying to use the queen being on c2 so that knight a6 will gain half a tempo, threatening knight to b4. Wise to go a3 and then bring the knight via c7 to e6. I think it's also a proper way to play. Anton has done his homework. Let's see what happened.
In fact, I seem to recall there were a couple of fantastic games, and one in particular, a recent one by Danish international master, or Danish-American international master, Kasakoli, who won this incredible game with this exact maneuver, playing the knight to e6, and then he somehow put the knight on g5 and ended up sacking half his pieces to checkmate White's king. Is an absolutely beautiful game. I don't know if that does that one ring a bell?
I missed that one.
It was superb, absolutely superb. Featured in New in Chess magazine, and it actually followed a very old game, or the contours of it very similar to an old game as well. So there is something to this.
New in Chess, if you're watching, I need a subscription. Aren't we all in the same group? What's going on there?
Oh, that was blatant stuff. Why not? And the premium magazine, superb chess magazine.
Here's more interesting stuff, which you wouldn't have seen 20 years ago, but now it seems standard. White plays pawn to a4, even after losing a tempo. In the old days, we used to try to go for this minority attack. But now they're saying, what I really need to do is stop black from going b5 in these structures, because it gives too much counterplay once you played f3. So pawn to a4 by the world champion, showing he's going with the times.
Yeah, I mean, a4, I don't know. If one of my students played a4 in this position, I would kind of be raising an eyebrow. But if it's Magnus, we sort of nod our head.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's a thing now. I think in
Really?
this position, or maybe here. No, I think it was here. This has become the main move as well for engine reasons. Because the argument goes that here this b5 is too much counterplay.
Yeah. This definitely that's b5 certainly the trendy way for black to play, just to gain space and then playing for c5 at some moment. Yeah, and probably even more effective when, as you say, the queen is on c2, because it's kind of a bit of a target at the end of the c file. Very interesting. A4. It's incredible how strategy has changed. So a4. So let's think what black is up to here. I mean, do you go for b6 and bishop b7? Is this what one does?
He does. So certainly seems to think so. It's very interesting strategically because black committed to a5, which is good against a3, b4 plans, but it actually has some disadvantages in this structure because your typical counterplay, let's say after a4, I guess f3 is to go for c5 eventually, but that's a lot worse with the pawn on a5 since we're weakening this square. Therefore, on the other line where black doesn't play a5, he often puts a pawn on a6 and then goes for c5. But here I'm not exactly sure what the setup is. So let's see. Anton goes bishop b7. I guess he wants rook c8 and then keep his options open. But you got to do something eventually. If white gets enough time, he'll play, I don't know, king h1, bishop f2, e4, and things can get nasty on the king side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have to say I'm more comfortable playing the black side of this position. And when black plays slowly like this, it always concerned me that, it's a bit of a slow burn from white's point of view. But when it happens, when e4 happens, eventually, if it's possible to arrange it, then that pawn roller in the middle is really effective. And suddenly black's position looks so uncomfortable. I mean, one notes, for example, that the rook on e8, which of course seems to be on its best square on the semi-open file, but actually f7 is weaker. So if white does get in e4, then that is already more of an issue. And yeah, of course, just pushing the spearhead forward through to e5 drives the knight out of the way, and suddenly, black's king side is really bereft of defensive pieces, and it's a very natural attack for white. So yeah, that's why I as black, I always preferred to try to get in knight h5 or some maneuver to try to exchange bishops, just to clarify the situation. I mean, probably showing that again, the chicken in me, just trying to clear a few pieces.
But I agree with the notion. These positions are very risky strategically for black. Sorry, the board moved there because he has to have tactics to meet e4. He basically has to be ready to play c5 or in something very direct like takes a knight g4 if that works. I'm not sure if it does here, because if you pass for one more move, can't think of a good pass, but yeah, whatever. These positions, white is often just winning basically once these pawns get going. So black has to be very, very precise here, and he's hurt a bit by his pawn being on a5 as c5, the natural counter, is no longer that tempting.
Yeah,
curious what Anton wants.
Yeah, and yeah, now we're definitely seeing the point of a4. It just really inhibits black's sort of natural play on the king side, or excuse me, on the queen side. So I mean, I wonder if, sometimes, as you mentioned, there's this counter to e4 of exchanging on e4 and playing knight g4. Sometimes that queen can, maybe nudge over to d2 or c1. You've got to watch out for tactics on e4, but yeah, maybe c1. Well, let's see.
Yeah, also white is not in a hurry. Like white can go bishop f2 first, and then play e4 just to have all these squares under control. Anton decides to go for c5 after all, but of course that is very weakening. On the queen side, like bishop b5 comes to mind instantly, and it doesn't look great, frankly. Bishop b5, what does black even do? Yeah, bishop b5 is played, hitting the rook. Rook has to get out of the way. Now, I don't know, maybe even takes with some questions on the d file. Looks like something's gone wrong. Or Magnus just showed very good understanding that this a5, natural as it looks, has a big drawback in form of this delayed a4. He does understand his Carlsen positions.
Yeah, well, let's see. Okay, but let's think of a move here for white. It's not.
I'm thinking if I can win directly by taking and taking. Probably the answer is no. But this pawn is weak. If BC 95 doesn't quite work yet, does it? Even that is close, but probably not enough. Yeah? Takes, bishop takes. And I can't see a great way to exploit the pin. Like e4, there's knight d4. Bishop c6, you take, and you get too many pieces for the queen. So maybe bishop c4.
Knight c7.
Knight c7, and now e4, I thought. But I might very well be blundering all of Magnus's pieces here.
Yeah, not necessarily, though.
Yeah, there's a chance.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, this involves some calculation, which is always a strain at the best of times. So,
well, it's also natural to start by taking here, see how black recaptures, and then adjust. Does feel like something's gone wrong for the Spanish number one, David Anton.
There's also, queen f5 as well. There could be a little tickle. I mean, after exchanging, I mean, just to see what happens.
Yeah, tough choice for black.
I mean, just to tempt g6. I don't know. Maybe g6 isn't such a big deal, but
yeah, I wouldn't mind too much. I think.
Yeah, it's probably okay. Yeah, maybe not that one.
Yeah, but many options here. Also, the direct bishop c4, just intending to take. It feels very shaky.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and White's whole position looks very nice. Maybe let's spin away from that one. I want to see the battle of the kids, because that one really intrigues me. I mean, actually, to be honest, I'm sort of disappointed that they're facing each other, because Wei Yi and Ramesh Babu, Pragnanda, two very exciting prospects. And frankly, I wouldn't have minded if they'd, both gone forward, into the semis. But well, they're going to knock each other out. We've got a 22-year-old Wei Yi against 16-year-old Pragnanda, and we have our semi-Tarash on the board again. We got some very trendy openings on the board.
Yeah, Pragnanda seems to enjoy this line. We've seen him do it quite a bit. It looks like black is somewhat worse because white is the center, but black has good squares for all his pieces. Knight d7, b6, bishop b7, rook c8 usually coming. And also, this position is simplified enough that it can be analyzed very, very deeply with computers. So I think people gave up on the old main lines, or gave up is strong, but you don't see them that often anymore, like this bishop c4, knight d7, castles b6. It's all very well established now what black should be doing. Wei Yi goes h4, which, very much in the spirit of the times as well. Push that h-pawn. I think we've seen this before. Maybe Caruana played it. Modern chess.
Yeah, it certainly rings bells. But then again, as you say, h4 seems to be a possibility in virtually every single opening these days. So I don't know whether we're just sort of mixing things up. But I'm sure it's been played here.
Yeah, even on the first move, we've seen Magnus do it against Wei Yi.
Apparently so.
The h-pawn,
and it should have worked a treat as well.
So let's see what happened. B6, rook D1. I guess some subtleties, not committing the bishop yet in case it needs to be exchanged. And the H-pawn keeps marching. Should be stopped before it reaches H6. So black goes here. Rook H3. I used to castle, like in the 1990s. You would move your bishop, put the king here, have the rook jump over it. It's no longer the case. Yeah, you put the pawn here, rook goes to G3. King will be just fine on F1.
I mean, why bother? Because, you know, when you castled, in order to get to the third rank, you had to go to E1, to E3 and G3.
Yeah.
And this way, well, it's just a shorter route, isn't it? It makes a lot of sense.
It really does. It's just, yeah.
I mean, seriously.
No, I'm in full agreement. I just have to get used to this being normal strategy. Like we would think, oof, what kind of hacker is this if you saw someone regularly playing H4, H5, rook H3, rook G3. But now it's just how things are done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here, this is a threat. King H8. E5 also double-edged. Arguing the knight can't really get to D5 so quickly, and black wanted to play knight F6, hitting these pawns. So very logical. Rook C8 and queen F4. I'd be scared. I don't know if there's any threats, but it looks scary for black.
It certainly does. And you know, white's king perfectly happy. Well, once it nudges into the corner as well, it'll be happier. But yeah, I mean, white is basically abandoned the queen side. I mean, that's the only thing that he's pretty much got to make a breakthrough. If he doesn't, then, I mean, black, as we can see, has taken the c file. The queen is going to zip down. I mean, maybe rook number 2. Once the king moves to G1 and H2, maybe rook number 2 is going to move to E1 and E4 up to F4. And who knows whether there's going to be some irresistible material mass on the king side, which sort of forces a breakthrough. There's also the D5 break as well at some moment.
Yeah,
but the king needs to get to H2, I think, or threaten to get to H2. I think king G1 has to be the move.
I was wondering if black is in time to create some counterplay here. Queen C2, I guess rook E1, because rook D2, then all the black pieces come in. We don't want that. Now, maybe we can just take. How bad is this? Like, I don't know, rook E4, maybe.
Yeah, rook E4 at least stops the queen coming back to.
Yeah, but I still have a lot of counterplay, like here,
Yeah,
check and queen B1.
Yeah,
could go the other way.
It could indeed. Okay, so just queen. I mean, queen C2 looks very healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he hasn't actually played king G1 yet.
No, he's taking a moment here.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
not surprised.
He goes A3, which is not the most aggressive move I've ever seen. He's just trying to stop queen C2 and queen takes A2. That's a bit of an indicator that things have gone wrong for white. There's no way to keep putting pressure.
I mean, anyway, queen C2 looks very logical.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, Wei Yi.
Maybe we're discovering
here.
Yeah, maybe we're discovering why white should castle and put his king on G1 straight away. This gain of tempo with rook H1 to H3 and G3, maybe it's a false gain, and it's all about that king.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this move, queen G4. In general, white has a lot of attackers here, but they're nicely neutralized by just one black rook covering G7, neutralizing these two guys. So good job, Pragnanda.
Yeah. No, it looks like his understanding has been excellent. Let's shift to the other two games very quickly. Let's go to Geary against Tari.
Yeah, we just saw there Wei Yi mildly shaking his head. Didn't look happy with the situation.
I can see that. Yeah, nice. Great camera shot of Prag there, actually. I like that kind of full screen.
Everyone should be forced to be as close to the camera.
That's nice.
How's Anish doing? Anish won the qualifier with a +8 score. And now he decides to bring out the big guns in form of 3 knight BD2, D5 B3. I've played this many times myself, so I can make fun of it. A5, A4. Yeah, white is not claiming much. He's saying, I don't want to see your Grunfeld preparation. I want to play game of chess with as many pieces on the board as possible.
No, it's interesting. Anish has actually turned into a decent rapid player, hasn't he? I mean, a couple of years ago, at kind of the start of the pandemic, when all these tournaments first appeared, he was kind of struggling a bit, actually. So, is this just practice? Practice makes perfect, and it just took his time to adjust, or what's the story?
Yeah, I think it was a bit hit and miss for him, but he's also a pragmatic guy. Like, he's focused on classical chess for years, but now with the pandemic and all these online series, of course, most prominently the Champions Chess Tour happening, he understood that he will play a lot of rapid. There's money and glory to be gained in those. So I think he just started working on it. He also played a lot of blitz and bullet online to get faster, sharpen his instincts. So maybe time he would earlier spend on his openings, which are still excellent, he's now spent on his rapid game. And it's showing, not in every event, but he's become quite a force.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did look very convincing, I have to say, in the preliminaries. Yeah. He didn't lose any games. And basically looked in control. He didn't push it in some games. When it was just looking solid, he wasn't going to gamble, and picked off nice wins. So yeah, it was convincing, actually.
Also, his natural playing style, now that he has the practice, I think is well suited to rapid. He's one of the best, if not the best, theoreticians in the world. So he rarely gets into trouble in the opening and can put some pressure on the clock. And after that, he just plays solid, sound chess. And guys that do that don't have to reinvent the wheel every game, they tend to do very well in rapid. Like Wesley So is another name with a somewhat similar style that comes to mind, who's also a tremendous blitz and rapid player.
Yeah. Okay, let's roll on and see what's
going on here. Anish built the bathtub, which Anton also tried, but it didn't go so well for Anton. But here white has the bishops. And looks like he's a bit better now. Not sure how much, but
yeah, how serious is
something? I guess D4 could be coming with further liquidation. Not sure how powerful this bishop is.
Depends if after D4 whether white can get something with a bishop cutting back to C4 and F7. Yeah, a little bit ticklish for black. He certainly hasn't solved all his problems after D4.
No, game continues, but yeah, it doesn't look too bad for black to me either, as long as this bishop doesn't find anything great to do. I guess he could try bishop D6 to threaten bishop C7, but probably Tari would spot that. Play rook D7 as a move.
Actually, that's maybe a way of white actually doing something in the position. So yeah, I mean, if rook D7, then rook FD1,
yeah,
and potentially one after D4, one could play C4 and C5.
Yeah.
Then we've got a game on our hands. So yeah, interesting. Okay, Anish played rook FD1. Oh,
yeah, there might be. I don't know. I was gonna say this move, but it doesn't work because the bishop actually covers the square. Anyway, rook FD1. Sound solid chess, as mentioned. Put the rooks in the middle on the semi-open file.
Yeah, there we go. You see, those of us wanting to be creative, we'd waste our time on moves like bishop D6, but Anish, just put a rook in the middle. Come on. It's the way to play.
Knight A7, hitting this bishop. Does he go C4 now? What's his idea? I was tempted by bishop e7 for whatever reason, but not sure how much it does. Rook goes away. Still, it looks interesting, no? Like just to ask some questions.
Yeah, that's possible. Might be a big question.
Yeah, did you miss this, Aryan? Because it looks like a pawn, no? Unless I'm missing some double attack, but no, it looks like white has enough pieces in the area.
Okay, let's spin to the fourth game, which we haven't touched upon yet.
Yeah, bishop e7 played just before we leave.
Well done.
Rook dc8. Does he take now, or is there something even better? Like bishop d7. No, looks like Tari got himself into some trouble now.
Yeah, and should we spin to the fourth game? Shakarian Mamedyarov against Geary Ren.
This is a line I know. It's not considered to be anything for white. Then again, no line against the Ragozines. But yeah, this was, I think, supposed to be more or less a memory check. And the trick was here, you have to take on c3 directly. For whatever reason, the point being that after rook c3, there's queen to b4. This endgame was not considered to be much of anything. But Mamedyarov seems to disagree, and he's trying to put pressure on this one weakness.
Okay. It's a slightly odd position with two pieces look odd to me, the king on d2 and the rook on h4. I would want to hurry very quickly and play e3, but maybe the king needs to duck back to e1 instead. I'm not sure.
I was even primitive as I am thinking about taking this and just going king e3.
Right.
To, I don't know, ideally pick up some pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does take.
Oh, nice.
Takes.
Yeah, that's.
And he goes king e1.
Okay. King e1, having taken the trouble to take on d5. Well, maybe he didn't want to.
Well, he wants to stop knight f6 to defend this guy as well.
Yeah. No, I mean with king e3, maybe he just didn't want the trouble of thinking about rook e5 in some positions. So
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
No. I get exchanging on d5.
Gotcha.
But it seems, I mean, just to take this pawn on h7, just for a moment, it feels like black should have some counterplay. If that knight can be pushed, with white's rook split.
Well, after king e1, he's not even threatening to take it yet. I'm also curious, pardon me, for blundering, if this is a blunder. Can we do this? Rook takes e5, or does white have some trick here?
Rook e4?
Rook e4 just works here. No, rook e4 we take. Yeah. Rook f5 we also take. And knight f5 check, king f6. Oh no, I have to go. Yeah, this seems to work for white here. King f6 does knight e3. And king e6, at least there's this check. Okay, so that doesn't work. Sorry.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah.
King goes rook c5. This might be a nice move. If takes, b2 is hanging, and if not takes, at least black claims the c file for whatever it's worth.
Okay, that's a nice pragmatic move.
Yeah.
But it feels like that black is probably over the worst after this one.
I'm still worried about the poor guy on h7, but maybe black has enough time to bother white here before it's taken.
c8, yeah.
c8, king d2, and check knight d3. What is that?
Well, I mean, the question is if we gave the move to white here and allowed rook h7, I mean, immediately is, bishop a4, or does this just get blocked out with b3? Or does black have time to spin the bishop round? Bishop after b3, bishop c6. Is there enough play there with there's checks on d8?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd take like b3, f3. We can still cover some squares. What has he done? He hasn't taken. He's gone rook b5, trying to keep the momentum. Rook c3 and a5. Yeah, Ding is tough. Takes a4. a4 threatening anyway. Or is it? Rook takes. No, it's not a threat yet, yeah? Playing. Because right now there would be rook takes, rook b3, rook a7. But if black goes, I don't know, here, let's say, then it becomes a threat. I don't know, feels like he's done well. No, he found this target on b2.
Probably okay. Listen, let's cut back to Wei Yi against Pragnanda, because I want to see how that one's developed. Has Wei Yi managed to somehow get out of his trouble, or is he still
still in some trouble, maybe?
Yeah, could be. Looks like Prag's queenside has developed beautifully there. Yeah, rook c7 played. Shall we just quick rewind, see exactly how we got there?
Yeah, after a3, Pragnanda didn't do any queen adventures, just starts running with b5. Extremely logical as well. Now he goes queen c4. And Geary refuses to exchange queens, doesn't want the knight to land here. He changes his mind. Rook d1, no, you can see by the moves that some things, Wei Yi has to defend here. Queen e4, queen f4, rook e1, rook d1. Struggling to stay in the game.
Well, he's angling for knight e4, isn't he? Or you've pointed out that one as well, knight f1 to e3. I was just thinking that he's with rook d1, he's protected the d pawn, so that enables knight e4. And then the knight will somehow spin into d6 and f6.
Queen a2.
Queen a2. Okay. Well, so the question is, what happens on knight e4? Has he got knight d5?
Knight d5,
yeah. And yeah, it's probably not as serious when the knight lands. Okay, queen h4.
Feels like black
queen
is
e2
active enough here. Queen e2, it's the rook. And rook f1, but it looks like black has options here. I don't know. Rook c4. How big a threat is this?
Yeah, but rook c4, watch out for knight d6 sometimes. That might be...
Oh yeah, that's
an
bad news indeed. Yeah, I forgot about that square.
Yeah. But somehow, yeah, well, okay, instead of that, let's discover what the threat is. If we just push a pawn, if we play b4, let's find out if white is actually threatening something here.
I mean, the answer is just no. Yeah, knight f6 we can take, and there's no.
I guess so. Yeah.
No apparent mate. Knight d6 is possible, but it doesn't attack anything yet. Could get sharp.
I think we're there already.
Yeah.
Scary. I mean, basically, white is just aiming for a big punch. But if the big punch doesn't come, then I mean, black is just rolling down the queen side.
Yeah, it's like boxing now. White needs to knock out. He's not going to win by points. Queen c2. Pragnanda just calmly prepares the advance of Bojan, the b-pawn.
And now we're getting down to the wire with the time. So Prag has just over a minute. Wei Yi just under a minute 50. This is looking good. Let's stick with this one. I think looks like.
What about knight f6? By the way. Can't take because of takes. Knight takes ef at least. We're attacking stuff.
Yeah, true.
The rook can't move because of the checkmate, but does black have some tactics here? Knight c3.
Then rook e1 or rook f1. I'm not sure. Rook e1. Excuse
Yeah, I
me.
thought here to cover this.
Yeah. Then queen d2.
And here, exactly. How does this go? Here, let's
So no,
see.
I'm looking at the queen trade now, if that's legal. Takes and rook e1 might be okay for white, actually. Well, more than okay.
Yeah, now black takes. I guess it peters out or whatever. But, how do we get here?
No idea.
But something.
Oh, he took and played g5. Wow.
Different happened. He took.
Oh, fantastic.
EF and g5. Keeping the pawn.
It's nice that that queen on c2 just cuts back to the king side in case of any problems. Okay, but can we take en passant and play I don't know, queen h5? What's going on there? Is that, am I dropping something or rook
I think so.
Rook f6 maybe? I want to play queen e5 to sort of hit everything, but there's a rook hanging with check, which I assume is probably good for black.
I don't know.
I'm not even sure. Yeah, exactly.
This is a hard threat to parry all of a sudden.
That's a tough
funny position, actually.
Yeah. So yeah, can he take?
This is on the board. Takes in queen h5.
Yeah.
Nice
Weird position.
But maybe we don't take the rook. We take the pawn.
Oh, that's maybe a better one. King h2.
Now some move. C2.
Rook
c2. There's still some issues here.
This one is in the balance. I'm telling you. That's a very unpleasant pin. That queen on e5 is an absolute monster.
Weird. What happened? They're too fast, but he didn't take. He doesn't want any part of queen e5. Takes here. Queen h6 loses touch with the rook, so that's no good. Fg, just king h7, trying to stabilize.
Do you know what? As soon as Wei Yi played king h2, I'm sure that was probably the most relieved he's felt in quite a few moves, actually. Because suddenly, with his king sort of tucked away on h2, he can sort of breathe a little bit more easily.
Not for too long, though. Once the b pawn comes, there's the next wave.
That's true. Yeah. Still. Okay. How do we somehow stir things up for white here? Do we push with d5 and try to bring the rook round? Okay, we should probably let's take on b4 first, of course. Yeah. Instead of that.
Takes and d5 looks very logical.
But is white in time? This is the question. We take on d5 and b3, rook d8, b2.
But here we have other options, no? Like rook g5. Looks
rook g5. Ooh, yeah.
Nice little move.
Yeah, this is okay, and that d5 is on the board. So this is a big moment. And 26 seconds for Wei Yi, 50 seconds for Pragnanda. Oh yeah, now we're burning.
Chicken Chess Club goes queen f5 here, or queen g6 without
g6,
thinking. Obviously, oh yeah, he's gone queen g6.
Yes, very understandable.
I want queen f5 because I thought queen g6 allows queen e5, but I'm not sure how big a deal that is. Probably not that big a deal. Yeah, rook c5.
Yeah, probably okay.
He's gone queen h4.
Yes, he didn't want to consider the rook and pawn endgame where I'm assuming black is just better there after the pawn on f6 drops and the pawn on b4 remains. So yeah. Queen h4 keeps some juice in the position.
What happens? So you run and de.
Well, this is good fun.
I guess he should spend a moment to stop e7. Fe. Who's better and why?
Yeah, I don't know. Feels like white should be okay here. I mean, if we can even somehow get a piece behind the b pawn, or I don't know, it just feels like black's king is a little bit exposed. Is there time? Queen d4? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was hoping for some trickery, but I'm not sure it exists. They played something else, so let's
go.
Let's see. He's gone rook d, queen h4, rook d7, rook to d4, and takes. Queen takes, queen f6. Oof, this is not going to be fun. Pawn down for white now. Pass d pawn. Even if you hold with best play and practice in rapid, feels like these positions are usually lost. Because sometimes it's easy, even if white has a lot of checks, to run with your king across the board. You don't need that much time. And usually it's not a perpetual. So Pragnanda looking good here.
Yeah. Certainly difficult to lose with black. Yeah, and the king pops out. And this is looking very serious for Wei Yi. That's big.
Queen h8.
In these positions, do you just put your queen on e4 and make sure everything's protected and then just run with the king? Is that the idea? Okay.
Yeah, he's gone queen f6, which also looks logical. Maybe even to put the queen here and go d4 then. No, but he runs with the king here.
Yeah.
I just feel like black should somehow win this. But Wei Yi is resourceful, that much we know. Queen c1, mouse slip. Do you want to give a check?
No, he wants king e5, queen f4 mate. Yeah. That would be nice. Having said it's impossible to lose, of course, those snap mates do appear sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, shall we have a brief look at the others while
let's do that.
Suffering.
Carlsen Anton, what's going on there?
Magnus will pick up this pawn and win.
So he's already one up in that position. Okay, now he's just killing it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he even stops g4, saying.
Okay, let's go to. I can see we actually have a result. We have two results.
Ding one. How do you win this so quickly?
Wow.
5e3, rook b7, whatever. Finally, this pawn drops, but black got this guy. I just pushed his queen side. Wow.
He held his nerve really well in that phase we were looking at, actually.
Rook c8 not taking because of knight c6 check, but taking this pawn is a nice touch.
Yeah.
Now the rook is hanging, and if rook c2, this is bad news.
Very cool customer, and he did play extremely well in the preliminaries. And I have to say, Shaq kind of a bit uneven when it comes to rapid. He's a bit hit and miss, but I think he got outclassed there. Let's go to Anish Geary, Tari. We have a result there as well.
Checkmate.
Can we go back to where we started, actually?
Yeah, we saw something like this. Didn't like this knight a7. Yeah, Anish took the pawn and didn't give it back. Does like his pawns. Takes another one. Yeah, it's just over.
Okay.
2 pawns up and nice final touch. Rook e5 and bishop d4. The rook can't move.
Okay, that looked like Anish in his element.
Smooth.
Very. Yep. And we could be in for the long haul with Wei Yi and Prague. There we go. Magnus Carlsen finishing things off very smoothly with some nice technique. The pawn on a7. Now the king will wander across to e6 and f5, and that's or f6, and that's absolutely game over. Yeah, let's see what would happen. There we go. And that's it.
I'm sure there are other ways, but this looks good enough. As usual, the black king can't really leave these two squares. This is the standard trick in such structures. Not that other moves don't win. And if takes rook h7, well, if the king goes somewhere else, the rook moves with check. So white can always use Zugzwangs to force his way in. Easy technical victory for the world champion.
So we've still got Wei Yi against Pragnanda going, and Prag still hasn't been able to advance the deep or one square, but he can take his time here. Not too much. He's basically playing on the increment now. He's got 20 seconds left, but he does get 10 seconds each time he makes a move. Don't forget that. But
how does he make progress?
Needs delicate steps. Delicate steps.
Yeah, starts with king h6, covering the pawn. By the way, I think it makes sense to ignore the live engine bar here. Humans aren't computers, and usually, especially in these queen end games, it bounces around a lot. But I still believe that black will win in the end. King h6. No checks, which is nice. Queen a8 threatens a check.
This is hard work, though.
Yeah.
Queen and pawn endgames, I have to say, that probably my least favorite endgame.
I think no one likes them because they're impossible to understand, and they're also very hard to study because every position is just random calculation. There are very few rules of thumb, right? I mean, we know passed pawns are good and that centralized queens are good, but I don't think anybody really knows what's happening in queen and pawn endgames. Also, they're rare. You don't get them as often as rook endgames. Or king h2, h4, no good. Queen g4 check.
Yeah, probably
doesn't win yet. Yeah,
avoided.
Maybe f5. Can we keep pushing?
f5 here.
I don't know if I should keep opening the king, but it looked like made some progress too. He goes queen d6, threatening d3. White shouldn't allow that. Gives a check, and I guess no, he doesn't want f5. Goes back. But now king h3 once again. Have you made any progress, Mr. Pragnanda?
I'm not sure.
Maybe he has. Maybe he wants some queen e6, queen e3. King h1 to avoid that. Stopping h4.
Okay, so maybe he's going to put his queen on e5 to keep h4 as an option. Where did he go? He played queen
He went
d5.
here first. King h2. Can still do it. Yeah, here it comes. Queen f3. Once again, h4, queen g4. We've seen this movie before.
I think we have. Yeah. Okay, bets. Draw or win for black?
I still think black wins, but it has to be said, it doesn't look like he's making very fast progress. Well, Wei Yi, as we know, is a tremendous calculator. He won't give anything easy. Still, I always believe that in the end, white will blunder into some queen exchange or allow the pawn to advance. It seems so hard not to do. What do you got?
I'm going to say draw, actually. This looks like really hard work. I don't know. It's the fact that he's been spinning around in circles for a long time. I think he...
Yes, we admit it. It doesn't look like he's making a lot of progress. Queen
after
d3.
being sort of a bit unnerving.
No, queen d3 is also queen h7 check. Maybe you just go queen g4 and run. No. Pragnanda has disappeared into his computer. Only his hair is left. No, he's back.
It's certainly a bit easier for white to play than black, I would say.
Yeah, as long as this construction holds, especially if you can wait with the queen on d3 and then Not blunder h4. It's black has to do something. You might be right after all. But no, I still believe, Pragnanda. Don't you know, I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Queen g7. Is he letting the d pawn off the leash? No, he's not. He's
No.
yeah.
Okay, so is it time now for the king to appear? King to make to appear center stage.
With a queen on f7, there's so little help for the poor king, though. But here it comes.
Here it comes, yeah. It feels like almost a little bit of frustration setting in. Okay, I've tried to do it neatly, and now I've just got to get my hands dirty and shove the king up and hope for the best.
I always want to go d3. Nice. He's not in that much of a hurry.
Yeah, and here, you know, white has those fundamental questions. Do you play king f2 and bring the king up, or do you just tuck it away on h2? I don't know.
Me neither. My instinct would be king f2 to be in close range of this pawn. d3, we start giving checks. What has he done? He gives a check directly.
And king d5 on the board.
No more checks. Surprising with the king here. No, black should give a check. Just a little spite check.
Yeah, and ask the question.
Where do you go? Yes, looks like my progress. No, if the king comes here, we give this check, and now we're getting somewhere.
Definitely. Yeah. They're still playing with very little time on the clock. It's all pretty steady. Wei Yi down to 10 seconds now. Yeah, maybe an indication.
No good square. Yeah, king e1.
He's feeling the heat, I think, now.
King g1, queen d3, let's say. Yeah, this was something.
Yeah, definite progress. King e1, risky.
Just no good options anymore. No d3. Pass pawns have to be pushed. That's what I was taught. Here it comes. The queen has to block it. It doesn't have that many counters anymore, but still.
Okay, so how do we break this one?
I like the check. King f3. No direct breakthrough yet. Yeah? King c4, but then we again have to calculate checks. No, that's not it.
No, tricky. Still tricky.
Because this way might be a smart decision. Yeah, the king can help attacking from here. Hides from the checks.
Yeah, that's nice, actually. Yeah, and if the king reaches g4, then we can start to take pawns.
Yeah, or or exchange queens, and all of a sudden all the pawn end games are winning too.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's getting there. Definitely.
Also, at this point, although he's only 16 years old, he's quite experienced with this time control and with this level of competition. He doesn't seem to get rattled, makes a move within his 10 seconds, makes progress. It's good stuff.
Actually, that looks almost terminal now, because Now the king is
the pawn ending winning. Takes, king J4, king F2, F5.
How's that? That involves counting again.
Yeah, it's not doing it, but the pawn ending will always be there. D2. If the queen has to block the pawn, that can't be great news. Nah, black just wins.
Yeah, black just wins. This looks like it.
King is safe over here. If the queen has to go here, black will make progress. Queen D3, king G5, whatever.
Okay, and now Wei Yi under 10 seconds, so he's lost now, basically.
Yeah, the other games are already going, by the way. They don't wait for the last game to finish here.
Oh.
But start within 10 minutes of their game finishing in this knockout phase.
That's good to know. We'll bounce to those in a second, but yeah, this is now resignable, actually.
I would think so. Now the pawn ending looks pretty good, does it not? I still can't count king G4, king E2, king G3, king F1, H4, king G1, F5, king F1, F4, king G1. That's actually a draw, yeah?
Yeah, that one's actually a draw, but
there has to be a better way. Takes H4, king G1, king go H3, takes. Yep, this wins, and the king is in time to return in front of the pawn. Yeah, he does resign.
Okay, let's just, we'll just show that one.
Oh, sorry, that was wrong, actually. Sorry, where was this? Here. You go F5 and king F2, king F4, and this usual thing with the king in front of the pawn. Taking the opposition forces white to vacate key square. And the pawn keeps going. So yeah, nice technique by Pragnanda. Wins with black, that's a big one for my favorite, Wei Yi, to lose the first one with white. Now he needs at least 2 out of 3 with 2 black games to keep the match going. Won't be easy.
So decisive games in the first game, all decisive in that first round. So Geary wins, Ding wins, Carlsen wins, and well, Pragnanda won as well. Maybe that's the only upset really so far. Yeah, fascinating. Wei Yi on really good form in this tournament, but Prag showing what a fantastic competitor he is, and yeah, he seems to be getting stronger and stronger with every tournament he plays. Okay, the games for in the second game have already started, so let's go to Ding Liren against Shahriar Makhmadjarov.
I just have to very briefly excuse myself, run to the bathroom. I'll be right back with this exciting Grunfeld. Can you tell people what's happening here?
I certainly can. Yeah. Yes. So, Ding Liren, white against Shahriar Makhmadjarov. Well, I mean, this very, very sharp Grunfeld position where Ding has already forced through D5, and he's actually pushed the pawn all the way to D6. And now he advances with H4. I mean, if we're going to tick all the boxes for what white would like to achieve against the Grunfeld, then, well, we pawn on D6 to travel over to exchange. So, Makhmadjarov, okay, that's something. But the question is, okay, after H5 from white, B4, how dangerous is this? It could be something. Because suddenly, you know, white's king on E1 is a little bit exposed. So does Ding need to do something here? I noticed that Makhmadjarov playing all these moves incredibly quickly. He's actually gained time on the clock. So, maybe it's all part of his prep, but Ding ignores it, plays h5. Instead of b4, Mamedyarov just plays bishop b7. So I have to say, I wasn't entirely sure how b4 was going to be met, but okay, bishop b7 also, just brings pieces into the game. Exchange on g6. I'm assuming h takes g6 is going to happen, but f takes g6, just from a positional point of view, looks incredibly ugly. I assume h takes g6, but you need strong nerves to play that move, because obviously the h file is open. But on a normal day of the week, it's got to be h takes g6.
Looks horrible for Mamedyarov. No, what was this?
It does, but actually, somehow Black's counterplay with b4 seemed to come very quickly. But let's see.
But this position is well known, no? And rook e8, I think that's what Leko played in the stem game against Vichy, where he was also crushed by some quick d6, h4. I know this because I was there and working for Leko, so we didn't enjoy it.
When you say there, where was there?
That was in, I think, Miskolc, one of these matches that Peter Leko used to play. And I think he got hit by this, which was a new idea back then. But since there's a lot of theory here on pawn to f6 and the bishop goes back and Black is supposed to be holding with precise play, rook d6 also an option. So I'm not sure, I haven't checked this recently, but I thought this rook e8 d6 was considered to be just too dangerous because of what happens here. So we're here, hg, hg. And now, Mr. Power Play Chess, you have to find a way to checkmate.
Yeah. But after bishop f8, knight takes f8.
Yeah, bishop f8 doesn't work. It's
unfortunately, in this
tempting idea here, but
we've just explained that the standard idea is to play bishop f8, rook takes queen h6, and mate on h7. But with a knight on f8, then miraculously, after queen h6, bishop g7, and that is a rock solid bastion, and all those squares are covered beautifully, and indeed bishop c3 check was also possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, the knight on d7 makes a little bit different from those standard dragon attacking positions. It's just about saves, or certainly saves Black in those positions. So yeah, I was wondering, exactly how we break through here. But I was even wondering before bishop b7 whether b4 was a move. But okay, that's water under the bridge. We should look at it here. Anyway, what is White doing?
I'd still be mad scared with Black, bishop d3, and then just try to bring the queen, something like that.
Okay, so what happens on b4? We just ignore it, do we? Do we just play queen f4?
Thought we no longer care.
Yeah.
The king is reasonably safe, at least for long enough on f1 to give us time to do something. No? I would hope so, at least. Let's see how Ding does it. This looks scary, like check, king f1.
I assume that was just going to be taken with rook c3, but okay.
Oh, maybe that wins.
No, but I think you're right. King f1 first is, why not keep options? The king probably needs to move first anyway, and I guess I don't think the bishop is going to last on c3. So king f1, I think, is just the more sensible option.
No, I don't see a checkmate yet, but it looks like there are too many attackers around the king. Also, this pawn on d6 comes in handy, just helping to cover this square. Very, very scary.
It looked like a Wei Yi attack again, but except this time there are just so many more attackers that White has.
Yeah. No, and this one, when there's a pawn on g6 and no defenders, these ones feel more, I don't know if natural is a word. But this in 1970, no one would say you're insane for going h4 here. Like this they would do in the old days, no? But
yeah,
now they just do it everywhere. Pawn on g7, g6, doesn't matter. But here you could see Bernd Larsen would blitz out h4.
Wow.
I'm not sure if he would.
Oh no, yeah, not just Larsen. I mean, Jesus. I mean, this looks. Yeah. I think everyone would be having fun here with white.
Yeah.
Bishop d3 on the board.
Yeah, that looks very natural. Covering the pawn, but mainly also clearing this square for the king, so we can start bringing our queen into the action.
Okay, so how are we going to fight back here?
I don't know.
Does
C4 do anything?
Yeah.
I guess the bishop. I'm not sure if we can sacrifice the house yet, but let's say we just keep the bishop. The problem is, in all the lines, it seems like black is just getting this pawn, which really doesn't bother white that much. Like even b4, we can probably take, but we can also do the same. Knight c5, queen f4. I don't see it. F5 is probably suicide. After some queen g5. Just too many attackers around this guy.
Okay, just for fun, let's put f5 on the board and go queen g5 and then king f7. And let's just see how we're going to do this.
It would be nice if the knight could get a little check.
Very true.
But can it? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe queen g5 was wrong. Felt so tempting.
It certainly does. I mean, you know, f5. The thing is, you know, we can talk about overreactions here for black, but it's already that bad, isn't it? That, you know, you just wonder how on earth black is going to survive here. I can see that Shaka's gone b4 and then c4, actually.
He's trying to make suit b4, queen f4, as expected. Ding, not too worried about this pawn. Now, c4. I guess white doesn't want to take... without calculating, it looks wrong to open lines for black's counterplay. Is it possible to sacrifice already or not?
Well, okay, we can say there's a sensible move here. Let's say in bishop b1, or you know, my first thought is just to play knight g5 and see what happens.
Threatening checkmate.
I thought it might be a good start.
Just feels like we're getting mated. Takes is not the solution. F6 doesn't look like great fun either, but it's not mate next move. Maybe this is still asking questions.
Yeah. At least, you know, the way Shaq's done it, the queen on a5 is has potential to swing over at some moment.
And just as I said, white shouldn't take this pawn. Opening files. Ding takes the pawn. He doesn't care about commentators' general nonsense. He just says, you know, I can actually calculate. I'll take the pawn and win. How does it go, though? Rook c8.
And then bishop b3.
Just stabilizing. And
yeah,
the
I mean,
run away.
Maybe after rook c3, he's just going to castle.
Oh, maybe he doesn't even need the rook. Yeah, it could be.
Well,
bishop a6. Gonna try to keep the king. Worst case, the c4.
Yeah.
Rook c8 on the board. Let's see how he does it. Engine is saying white wins, according to the bar. What about knight g5 now?
Oh, yes, so f6 isn't possible.
So knight e5, we can probably go here.
That's nice.
And yeah, he's played knight g5. Whoa, mistake! Apparently, mistake. bar dropping the other direction. Why?
Nobody knows why. The eval bar doesn't like it.
Bishop f6. No problems.
Played quickly, very quickly by Shaq. Really?
And Shaq is back, apparently. It looks like checkmate in 3, but seems like there's no checkmate. Bishop g7, bishop g5. This guy's hanging. You could try this, but it's not forced to capture. I guess f6 is a move. Does the trick.
F6, we could have a nice draw there, actually, after F6.
Yeah.
Queen g5.
But unfortunately, Black will ruin the party by not going for the perpetual. So,
that queen on a5 suddenly appeared from nowhere. Yeah. That was unfortunate.
Still, it's
okay. Let's go back to what we've actually got on board. So
knight g5, bishop f6, and apparently,
so
nothing works for white.
So perhaps he just has to play bishop b3.
Sad.
And then come back to rook c3 castles.
Then black is out of the woods. Yeah, castles, queen e5 is a move. Not sure if queen e5, it looks like. No longer getting checkmated.
Yeah, that's amazing. And
ding, yeah, it looks like something's gone a little wrong.
And he's look at the clock time, 5.5 minutes. Shaq played this so quickly. You know, if we just go back a couple of moves, then I think the eval bar was still.
Let me cheat briefly in this position because I'm curious how white wins. Bishop g5 is the move. And if rook c4, queen h2. Check. The king is very safe on g1. Just runs here. And now white.
Oh, yes. The
breaks through here.
Pawn on d6. That's the difference between this position and the dragon.
Yeah.
Essential difference. The king doesn't escape. Okay. Simple chess. When you have an engine.
Yeah. Let's switch it off, but I was just curious. Yeah, logical once you see it, but you have to sacrifice a bishop and a central pawn with check. And Ding probably just thought knight g5 was game over.
Yeah.
Turns out it wasn't.
So he went bishop b3 and not rook takes, but simply pawn takes. And is that the eval bar liking white again, or is that something else?
Seems to settle down in the middle. No, it says it's equal.
Nobody knows why. I keep wanting to castle for white here.
Yeah.
Ding.
With a heavy heart, though, like it would be nice to keep that rook, but it doesn't look like it's giving checkmate anytime soon. Also, all these constructions, even after queen h4, let's say, we're not threatening much, are we? Like bishop f8, there's still knight takes, bishop g7, bishop takes. Some move. Not sure what black is supposed to do, but let's say this for argument's sake, and I don't see a way through.
Yes, and queen. Oh, that's
check.
Check, king g1. Okay, but can I do something loopy with the knight now? Maybe not. Yeah.
No, I thought I would check.
G3. Yeah. Okay, it's okay. Yeah. Funny position.
Very strange stuff. But yeah, maybe you're right. And he has to castle. No, he just goes king f1.
King f1.
Castling by hand.
There we
it's
go.
Logical. The king wants to be here, but the rook should stay on the open file.
Yeah, but we said that with Wei Yi though, and then we discovered that in fact the king wasn't actually so happily placed.
We keep saying it, and then they lose when they don't castle.
Yeah, exactly. We bring back castling. This is our plea. We should probably move on to another board. But
Yeah, let's bring back Carlsen. We can't bring back castling. He's a pawn down, but he has bishops. Is that enough, though?
I've been looking at this recently. This exact variation. This is the variation that Carlsen played against with knight f6, which is if we just can we just go back a couple of moves to move 7?
Sure.
Well, it may be back one further. Sorry, move 6. So I mean, this is a very standard position. After, let's say, bishop d6, d4, knight e7, and we basically transpose back into a French Tarrasch. Take on c5, knight d2, and so on. It's a French Tarrasch. But the way Carlsen has done it is playing knight f6 is the sort of trendy way that suddenly it's been discovered, or black can actually put the knight on f6. Curiously, the best square for the knight. It was always thought that there was some kind of issue with a rook e1 check at some moment. But actually, it's been discovered recently that, so after d4, bishop e7, that actually, yeah, you take... And in this position, Kostyuk, it was a slightly different move order, but they arrived at this position. Kostyuk played knight d4, thinking that, well, of course, if that knight has to be protected on c6, then
castles. No, well, yeah, it looks like castle should work.
Carlsen just castled. Yeah. And in this position, if this is taken, actually black has a winning move in this position. Unbelievably, there is actually a winning move.
Spot that queen d6 doesn't look winning yet, does it? No,
this is very nice. Really nice position.
Knight g4, yeah.
Knight g4 is a winning move.
Yeah. And double attack.
Queen h4 is a double attack. But also the point is that black also threatens. So, for example, if h3, then you simply take on f2, and after the exchange, then the bishop on c6 is hanging. Yeah, queen f6 or queen b6 is a winning move. And knight g4, it's incredible. Knight g is such a crude attack, and knight g4 is actually a winning move. It's very nice. So after knight d4 castles, I believe Kostyuk simply played bishop e3 here.
I'd be tempted to go back to f3. I need some defenders.
Yeah. But Kostyuk played bishop e3, and Carlsen now played queen d6, which is fine, but actually white could equalize there. But instead of that, actually knight g4 is still a good move.
Knight c6 still queen h4, yeah.
I think the move is queen c7, actually.
That's a nice.
Yeah, it's all fine. You know, curious tactics, but basically in this position, black is absolutely fine after knight. But the move is curiously knight e7 check, and then king h8. Funnily enough, I mean it's bizarre, but basically black is better.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. So yeah, you take on e3, and yeah, but basically it's fine. So it's this whole variation has been discovered to be actually playable for black. So after bishop g5 is the best move.
Yep.
And now it's interesting. Castles, you're not obliged to castle. You can actually play bishop e6 in this position, which is, and the point is that, you know, if white tries all this knight d4 stuff, then actually castling is okay, because if the f file opens, black always gets counterplay on f2.
Right.
But that's interesting that Carlsen has simply given up the pawn on d5. Let's find out if this is actually possible. Well, of course it's possible.
He's done it, but is it any good? Here.
I think it is.
Queen e5, queen e6. I don't know. I like the two bishops.
as much as the next guy, but is this equal? Like the knights don't look so bad.
Yeah, that's why I thought bishop e6
One.
was necessary.
Yeah.
I seem to remember looking at this and thinking that white could maybe get a little something.
Sure. Also, these pawns, they aren't connected, so the knights, they have nice squares everywhere.
But I mean, maybe just Magnus feels that, you know, to squeeze something from the position, one needs to play very precisely, and perhaps that's why he's gone for it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, just 1 second. I'm just going to
Sure.
close the window.
So Magnus pawn down. We'll have to work for equality here. What is this?
Ooh.
Bishop b5 check. Modern chess, they used to play bishop b5 to avoid going d4 followed by knight takes d4. Now you do both. Like in my days, they played queen d4 here when they went for this position.
Yep.
I guess this is all theory, but I've never seen this particular move order before.
No, I mean, it feels very weird to take on d4 with the knight when you've played bishop b5.
Yeah, I think I might have seen some even weirder looking stuff like bishop d3 in this position, but Pragnanda just leaves the pawn hanging. And he's blitzing out all his moves, so he's clearly looked at this. d5, bishop g5, de, bishop e4.
I mean, this is interesting. You know, so far, so Prag has won the first game. If you're just joining us, well, it's a Morphy mate. Yeah.
Exactly. We didn't need to sacrifice our queen here.
Okay, this is absolutely fascinating.
Here, what is this? Why does this work for white? Or am I missing something?
Don't know.
Can we go? Same.
Okay, well that didn't work out too well for white. Let's go back. What happened?
So bishop e4 took some rook recaptures. I'm not sure. Maybe the other one, but this looks normal. Knight takes e4. Knight takes looks pretty forced. Bishop takes f5. Where's the trick? Get it. Looks forced? No, like what's going on? So d4, bishop e4.
Okay,
Queen
so
d1.
That's what we got on the board, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now takes. No clever Zwischenzugs, so we take some rook.
Ah, wait a second. He plays. Can he play knight g7 here?
He takes.
And then knight e4.
Oh.
Is this the trick?
No, not convinced yet.
Yes, not convinced yet. Okay, wait a second. This isn't over.
But he's still blitzing out stuff, and it looks like we're headed.
In this position, he plays f4.
Yeah, could very well be.
This is amazing.
Looks like we're headed for that position. Different move order. Whoa, good spot. So where he takes directly, knight g7 blitzed out. Takes, and we get the same position.
Wow.
Except a better version for black, even because the rook is not on d1 yet. But f4 is still coming.
In any case, yeah.
And apparently it's reclaiming the piece.
Oh, but, but look what's happened. This is
king e6 f5, and we go for the bind. That's
and
funny.
he's just played rook d1.
That's very pretty.
Wow.
No way to free.
But this is amazing because Prag has banged out these moves without any hesitation. So he's looked at this.
That's
Well, he's
for
just
sure.
threatening. He's just threatening rook d6.
Yeah, doesn't even need a threat.
Wow. I mean, this is a high-class trap, and rook d5 as well. I mean, this is really impressive. Funny move, this knight funny move, knight g7.
Yeah, that's very pretty.
Incredible. It looks like Wei Yi has been caught very badly here. That's an absolutely beautiful trap.
It's just so hard to break this construction. Let's try though. B6 or B5 to go here.
Okay, so rook d5 or rook d6. So you're saying a rook d6 bishop b7 is a bit annoying.
Yeah, I'm not sure how annoying.
Yeah.
It also looks messy, but
but
gotta do something.
Okay, so rook d5, bishop b7, take on e5. Now,
Just works for white, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the king is in desperate trouble in that position. I mean, really. It's gone h6, bishop h4. I don't know whether the inclusion of those moves helps black in any way. Is he trying to play h5 and rook h6 or something? I guess.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe. He's having a good think here anyway. And now he's down to 4 minutes. And Prag has gained 2.5 minutes on the clock, which is something else. It's not. When was the last time you saw someone really caught out with an opening trap these days?
Doesn't happen that much, does it? Or if it does, it's more subtle. Like you get some decent position 0-5. But here, yeah, this is very pretty.
Yeah.
And I can't recall. I'm sure it does happen. But
at this level,
thing like this for a while, yeah.
At this level, and straight out of the opening, we're close to a 1-0. Okay, so how do we break h5? Let's have a look.
If I go here, rook h6, bishop g5 back. Not sure what my threat is, but
yeah, that was my question.
Something eventually. Probably a threat is some rook d1.
Okay, well, I'll ask the question. I'll go b5.
All right, I'll go here.
So bishop b7 can be answered by rook d7, I assume.
Oh yeah, I guess that also works. I just wanted to take sophisticated.
Okay, that'll do. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so instead of bishop b7, no move.
He chose the other side, by the way. He went a5 rook
a6. Okay.
Same idea, different rook.
Now the eval bar seems to. I'm getting terribly excited about this position for white, but the eval bar seems to think it's even, or is it?
Yeah. No, it just says it's equal.
Of course.
But it's still a cool idea.
Yeah.
Good spot by Wei Yi. A5, rook a6. And is Pragnanda starting to think? Takes the pawn.
Not for too long.
I'm also curious, after a5. Okay, we need both rooks here. We don't have time to go rook d6 and take this, because this guy skipped now on the pawn.
Right.
So he takes. But now king f8, at least black is unpinned for now.
Okay, so basically white is just saying, well, black's pieces are just still in a terrible bind. The bishop on c8, rook on h8. But okay, game on now.
Yeah. This is fascinating. Pragnanda up 1-0 and throws everything at Wei Yi in the next game.
Well, interesting that after king d8, the eval bar suddenly the needle spins over.
King d8, it's not a fan of.
Likes white's position. instead of king f8.
Can we figure out why? Check looks normal. King c7. I don't know if there's
Well, it's
trouble
rook
on
e7
this
check as well.
diagonal.
Rook e7. I mean, actually,
maybe at some point just taking all the pieces is just good. But I was also curious if this was unpleasant, maybe.
Yeah, that looks like a problem. It looks like one of those mate in two moves.
This is actual checkmate, right? No, it's not. King b6. Oh.
Yeah.
So is there a checkmate? Maybe just rook takes. Maybe no checkmate.
Well, in that, I was going to say there's f6, but no, actually, no, there isn't f6.
Yeah, the rook.
Yep.
So how does white win? Or could also be, I don't know, it's so confusing because white is so dominant positionally as well. Maybe it's just some quiet solutions on knight c5 or knight d6. I don't really get it.
Yeah, but if the bishop emerges, if it takes on f5, then black is sort of back there. So yeah, light play knight d6, but then rook d8 probably follows. So.
Yeah, it feels slow. Although it's never over. Like rook f7, there's bishop g3 still looming.
Yeah.
Ugh, it's too complicated.
Very, but still. White has all the options. I mean, maybe in that sense it's easier for black to play because it's sort of only moves.
Yeah.
But yeah, it still looks like Prag has done well. Can we just go back to the position after rook check and he played king d8?
Yeah, maybe rook d1 is not needed. Maybe we have to start looking here. Yeah?
So he hasn't actually played yet.
Yeah, no, this was just me.
Okay.
Next dumb idea.
Oh, you just want to keep open the possibility of bishop g3.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much it does. I wanted to give a check, but I still didn't see a win here. Ugh, chess is so tough.
Draw?
No, still don't see it.
Bishop f2,
yeah.
bishop g3.
Okay, there we get a draw.
Yeah.
The good news is even Pragnanda seems to need a moment here to figure out what goes where.
Okay, we'll leave him to figure things out.
We'll figure it out.
We should switch to some of the other boards. You know, in Geary against Tari, they've already hoovered off half the pieces, and looks like, well, that looks like a strong pass pawn.
Yeah, if I had to choose, I'd probably pick the a2 pawn over the d5 pawn here.
Sound. Okay, but how do we shepherd that one home?
Worst case scenario, we take more pawns.
You could take more pawns, yeah. Okay, then rook e2. Can we do a bit of hoovering?
Can't keep the poor a2 pawn. That'd be a pity. No, I would like to keep that pawn. So if we try, is there a counterplay?
Well, I suppose it's sort of, yeah, I was going to say, or rook e7 first. I don't know. It's a bit annoying. Rook f6. d6.
Yeah, it feels like.
Yeah, don't want to allow it.
We gave white too much leeway. He goes bishop b5, preparing bishop c4 and rook b1.
Yeah, that's a better one, isn't it?
Guess so. Rook e7.
f6.
Wondering if I even need rook f6, but yeah, I guess so.
Okay, d6 anyway.
d6, and yeah. Now this guy is becoming quite a force.
Ah, but rook d2 here.
2.
And if d7, I'll just take it with the bishop.
Bishop takes.
I think that's sound.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. And if not, then we have time to play bishop c4, I guess.
Yeah, then there's d7 again. So I wasn't sure if white just passes, if black actually has a way.
Yeah, but bishop c4, d7, then we play king g7.
I'm not worried. Maybe you're right.
I think it's okay, isn't it? Because I mean, obviously, rook e8 we can take. Yeah, and now f7's protected, so I think black's in time actually.
Yeah,
I think it's okay.
Looks like.
I noticed that. Well, I think Tari thinks it's okay because his time is.
Well, he's played rook e3, which looks somewhat passive. Maybe nothing worked anyway. What does he want? He wants to go here.
Yeah.
Bishop c4 still looks good.
There's also there's also rook a6. I don't know whether you want to trade everything, but
yeah, this might just win. Yeah, good spot.
Yeah, takes rook a3, bishop c4, and it might be the end of the story.
Oh, we're actually threatening a1 queen, so this d6,
okay,
b1,
rook d2,
7, just this. Yeah. Yep.
It's just winning, isn't it? Actually,
yeah.
Bishop on f3 plays no part. Yeah, he's played rook a6.
Good job, Anish.
Yeah, so he's gonna be 2-0 ahead. Let's go to wow, it's all going on. Let's go to Magnus's game. David Anton with white against Magnus Carlsen, and that's sort of got actually turned into a very interesting position.
Something happened. He managed to get rid of one of the bishops, which is good news. Still a pawn up. Magnus going for activity. Knight g5. Nice move. Also covering f2. First side looks like it's just winning for white, but apparently it continues.
Clock time's 3:21 for Carlsen. Anton has 1:57.
Carlsen fighting for survival here. Has to take on f2 and on e6 to get rid of this knight. Still pawn down, but the white king is slightly open as well. Maybe it's barely enough to survive. One we take. Plays b3 to prepare rook e1. It's the thing with these top players, or with this top player. So hard to beat. Like you're up 2 pawns, you're going knight e6, threatening checkmate on g7. And he still finds a way to only be 1 down with some compensation.
Okay, and really the only compensation is just yeah, as you say, the king's slightly exposed and a very beautifully centralized queen, but
not sure if it's fully enough, but I think these heavy piece endgames of the king is open, they're very, very hard to win. No,
okay, if we flipped it round, if Magnus had white, do you think he'd win that?
I don't know. I guess it
Magnus
makes it more likely with him being Magnus, but
yeah. Okay, Magnus against Magnus. I don't know.
No, I think Magnus against Magnus probably a draw.
Yeah,
I don't know that. A4 BA.
That's a pragmatic move.
Yeah, don't bother me with you.
I can't be bothered to think, oh God, is that good or bad? Oh, gee, forget it. Just take it.
Does he want A3 or does he want to take it?
Yeah, exactly. Just don't even think about it. Just take the pawn.
Yeah. Still 2 extra A pawns that Carlsen has to get rid of first.
Let's just do a quick tour because Ding Liren against Shakarian Mamedyarov has taken another turn.
No idea what happened here, but it's a mess. Bishop f5, g4. Apparently, you don't want to take because this takes, g4 takes, e4. I have no clue who's better and why. I can see the engine bar says no one's better as usual. But both sides have a lot going on. Black is an exchange up. There's the c2 pawn. Why is this knight and this pawn? How does...
Well, let's just spin to where we
end. Yeah, I'm so confused.
It's doing my brain in already.
Yeah. Okay. Still confusing, but maybe it's just a draw now, no? Like, I don't know. I'm still very confused.
Okay.
The rook can come out, attack some pawns. The a pawn is running.
Yeah. Okay. One thing we should say is that, yeah, but black should not play the king and pawn endgame.
Nope.
And suddenly, yeah, the king is going to be forced over.
Oh, rook h3. Computer not a fan of inviting the king towards these squares, which is not too surprising, frankly. Why would he give that check?
Did he have to? Okay, the question is, did he have time to actually take on g5? If he doesn't, then it's serious. So, okay, now, yeah.
It's quite fast.
It is quite fast. It's passed and it's fast. Okay, you got there. And otherwise, rook g1, king comes up. I mean, I guess the king is always going to help. So maybe, okay, if there's no time to do that, then...
Is there time,
well,
in that case, to bring the king over here? Not sure how much it helps, but at least fight against this guy.
Yeah, but instead of a6, do we play king b4 to c5 first?
Yeah. But even then, if you make all the moves, okay, you got king c5, bishop c6, a6. Yeah?
And then, so you give the a pawn and then try to get the king into e7 or something.
Rook somewhere active, I don't know. a6 and what goes where? Try to stop this with this guy. I would guess it's a draw. Feels like black is active enough to chase the king away.
But I was wondering, instead of the rook sort of taking this detour, I don't know whether it should have just gone to a8 to stop the pawn advancing, whether that would have slowed things down. I mean, who knows? Listen, let's stick with the game.
Yeah.
I mean, every turn there are huge decisions to make.
It's similar to what we just saw. Actually, it's more or less the same. No, rook h1.
Right.
And d8 queen. Whoa, that's very pretty. Clearing the way for the king to pass, support the a pawn. He just resigns. Wow, I also missed this d8. Just breaks the fortress. Good job by Ding. Goes up to 0. After a very messy game. This should be it for Mamedyarov. No, is he really going to win 2 on demand against Ding?
Okay, let's go to Pragnanda Wei Yi, because after a very long think, after 20 king d8, Prag came up with a fascinating move. Rook 5, just corralling black's king in the middle of the board, preventing it moving to c7. Now, was this good? Was it bad? I don't know. It's a very intriguing solution.
I like it. It's very pretty.
Yeah.
Thou shall not pass.
Yes.
The more I see of this Pragnanda kid, the more I start thinking he might be really good at chess.
You think he might be the real deal, yeah?
I don't know. My power rankings of Indian youngsters are still very, very much in flux and could change any moment. Like Gukesh is doing a lot of stuff. Erigaisi emerges out of nowhere, crushes everyone. My boy Nihal, don't sleep on Nihal, beat Mamedyarov in Bundesliga last weekend.
Oh, did he?
But yeah.
Nice.
They're all just very strong. And I was surprised, like at the Olympiad, only Erigaisi is in the Indian A team, while Gukesh, Pragnanda, and Nihal are all in the B squad. But wouldn't you be terrified if the A team was just Erigaisi? Then you have all the kids, Pragnanda, Gukesh, Sarin, and you pick a fourth, I don't know, a fifth. You pick Hare Krishna or Vidit. Put Vidit in there.
I agree. Actually, I thought the selection was a very respectful selection that the Indian Federation made, almost respectful in terms of age. But actually, I think you make a really good point. I think that B team actually has the ability to do better potentially than the A team. And both very, very serious contenders, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Gukesh is the name. He's the man of the moment. You know, every single tournament he plays, he seems to win. The only one where he didn't was the Reykjavik Open, where Prague basically swindled him in the last round. It was like the final move of the game. It was like the last kick of the game, where Gukesh had a winning position and basically blew it, and had played a great tournament up to that point. And Gukesh is only 15, whereas Prague is 16. So Gukesh has a little bit of time on his side. This is the current position, right? Yeah. Rook d8.
Can we win? Check.
Looks serious.
98. No. Some options. F6 doesn't look terrible.
Yeah, there's check and bishop c5 as well.
Yep.
Something like that. Although I guess he's going to take on b2, and yeah, maybe taking on b2 in that case isn't so bad.
Yeah, still hanging around.
Yeah, but maybe he just goes b3 instead. Just keeps his options. I mean, if he's been playing a containment strategy, so why not?
It's
not pretty. Yeah. It's not pretty.
No.
But maybe just necessary.
Also, I really want to do this. I can't do this. Bishop h8. I haven't seen a follow-up, but if there is one, that'd be good news for white. Sure.
Another tempting option.
Yeah. You know what? Let Prague figure it out. He's young. He has energy.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's very interesting. After f6, can I just suggest one move for white? And in this position, okay, we've been looking at sort of b3 and stuff, but maybe c4, because that
taking the square.
Yeah, exactly. It takes b5, and now bishop f2 looks like a serious threat to me. And yeah, it's just still part of the restriction policy, basically.
Yeah, it looks nice. I don't see a defense. You could continue your restricting with b3.
Exactly.
And one day this bishop will move somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop e1 is...
So even then, this pawn gets taken, it's still not over. But I'm not sure if black has any useful moves here. Because after a4, it does win.
Okay, rook check 98 is on the board. So, yeah, Prague is thinking it through. He's got 220 against 21 seconds. Feels like he should be putting this one away. So many tempting options.
Great. Yeah. Check and then f6 is very possible. Yeah.
Quick recap on what we've got so far. Anish Geary is 2 up. Dingliren is 2 up against Mamedyarov. Carlsen is 1 up, but still playing. Should we just cut to Carlsen against Anton?
Yeah. Is Carlsen trying to checkmate him here? He's still 2 pawns down, but the white king is a bit alone.
King G2, it's just a perpetual, yeah? Like Queen G1, yeah.
Looks like it. Should we just have a quick recap, see how we got there?
Yeah, so we got this somewhat suspect-looking pawn sacrifice by Carlsen in the opening. Then a mess where it looked like Anton was winning, but Carlsen hung in there. Still a pawn down, but apparently with both kings so open, Black had enough resources, gives a second pawn, but found a way to escape with a perpetual.
Yeah.
Close one.
Magnus being very cold-blooded there. And yeah, just hammering out the draw when he's a little bit worse. Very, very interesting. So we've still got one game going, which is...
You played your move, C4.
My move, C4. I'm delighted to see that.
Rook A6, not a happy move. B3, he continues with very much with the restriction policy.
Yeah.
B5, where he desperately looking for counterplay.
It's funny.
C5.
He's playing so consistently, even these last moves, B3 and C5. And Wei Yi is still not out of it. We want to play Rook E7, don't we? I don't know if it's any good, but it's the move that...
It's probably good.
It probably is good, isn't it? Yeah.
No.
And the C pawn's going to run, I think.
We just need to find a way to push this guy home.
Nuts.
Yeah, having said that, how?
Yeah.
Rook B8.
Watch out. Okay. Checking it's still not there, is it? Yeah. Maybe that's just good enough.
Should be winning.
Yeah. Okay, so the position is after Rook A7. That's one. Yeah, Rook E7, maybe rushing it a bit. We're not obliged to, of course.
It's not in the spirit of this game. No, it would be like H3 to make a, or A3 to meet B4 with A4.
Yeah.
But he goes Bishop G3, not beloved by the computer, winning some material here, but maybe cashing in too early. Is it even winning material? Bishop E7.
After Bishop E7, of course, I'm looking at Rook takes.
Yeah.
Just I can't quite see a winning move, though. I don't think it's there. I mean, Black can unravel with F6 and King F7, I guess.
Check on the board. The alternative is King G7. He wants to take. I guess this should just be winning, no? With the pass.
That looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, he's gone Bishop E7. I mean, given how bad that is, I suppose you've got to try it and just pray.
Yeah. The engine says this wasn't the cleanest, that Wei Yi is sort of back in business.
And now we're down to kind of half a minute each. I mean, we're kind of rooting for Prag really in this particular game because it's such a beautiful opening idea. But yeah, maybe he might have just burned it just at the end.
How does this go? Are the rook endings? I guess White doesn't want a rook ending.
There was Rook E7 there actually. I think.
Yeah.
I think that was.
Yeah, I still wasn't sure how you break this.
Sorry, I missed Knight F6. Yeah.
Because this feels like a draw, no? Like Rook D7. I guess you take one of these pawns, but looks close to a draw at least. Some active move, Rook D2 or whatnot.
Yeah,
I would guess this is a draw somehow.
I would guess as well. Yeah. Anyway, he's gone. Went something else.
He went Bishop C6, Rook C2, which is a nice move. Bishop D7, Rook C7 wins, so he had to go Rook D7, and Prague takes this Rook endgame, which looks much nicer because the Black Rook doesn't get active. Yeah, this feels winning.
Okay, so with the king coming to d7.
Yeah, no.
And is he going to do this?
Maybe you start with rook a6 just to see. King d7. I guess we go. I would guess the rook is too passive. a4, b4. We're back to restricting, and then the king comes in. No?
Yeah, king d5, c5. Yeah, king. That's where we want it. Looks like it's winning now, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah. It starts with king f2, same thing. King g7, rook a6. Unless rook c7 wins, which I'm not able to calculate. Takes, king g3.
Actually, it might do.
Could win, no?
Yeah, because...
These races look like white has a bit of a head start. I wish I could count.
That's a very confident move, putting the king on g7. I would rather...
yeah. I should have thought this through. Yeah.
But actually, even g5 can be... There's a trick with f6 check, by the way. So it's actually... Yeah, to close it.
How does this go? A4, h6, a3,
yeah,
h7,
f6.
6. And the game continues.
Yeah, not so clear.
Maybe white could have won. Somewhere 100 moves before, but not that straightforward. Eh?
Yeah. Well, the other way to go is to play g4 and h4.
Yeah. Prague decided not to bother. If the rook ending is winning, why calculate?
Of course, you're never going to play that.
He went here, king e3. Also, no need for b4. Yeah, this just looks winning. The king is so active. Rook b5 has to be played. Stop king c5. Now...
Actually, do you know what? This is a bit annoying. Maybe he should have played b4.
Yeah, I think he's still in control. This guy's weak, and king c4 will also come after the other one.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Okay, so this is on the board. Yeah.
Wei Yi is shaking his head. He lost the first game already. Now he's about to go down 2-0.
Yeah, the rook gets overloaded. So if... Oh, okay, he's gone that way.
No bravery in his eyes anymore. Only sadness. Rook h5, h3. That's a quote from a James Blunt song, the famous artist James Blunt. I once had a quote-unquote training session with my friend Paco Vallejo, where we hung out in Mallorca and went to the beach and worked very hard on our chess. And Paco was completely obsessed with James Blunt, and he made me listen to this No Bravery song like 800 times. And I had a good time, but James Blunt almost ruined it.
James Blunt, famously self-deprecating.
Yeah, he seems like a funny guy, just his voice is very annoying.
Yeah, no. He had, this massive hit with this song, You're Beautiful.
Yeah.
And he also claims to have stopped a war as well in Bosnia when he was in the...
Heard that. Yeah. James Blunt, or James Blunt, like Paco likes to call him.
James Blunt. That sounds like a very Germanic pronunciation, actually.
No, that's Spanish.
James Blunt. Could be Germanic.
Yeah. What's going on here? This every time we write off this game, something new happens. Now the king is active all of a sudden. Oh, there's another spike by the engine bar.
Oh, is this Zugzwang?
Rook c6, h5. This rook does not have a lot of squares. The king has this square only.
So in this position, do you play rook c5?
Yeah, king d2.
Now, do you? Your Valbar doesn't like rook c5. Clearly, I wanted to play g3 and just take the pawn on h5, but maybe that's rook d4 and yeah. Oh, so
this is pretty.
Yeah, but rook d4 I think is the.
Maybe black isn't time to survive.
Yeah. So let's try for something else. Oh, he's gone king g3.
D2, king
Valbar also doesn't like that move.
Valbar
back to this move, a4. I think White might have saved himself a lot of trouble by playing b4 in that position. Let's just have a look.
Yeah, I'm not sure if something bothered him. Maybe the king is in time to ask some questions here.
Okay.
Yes, this could be an issue.
Right.
King d3, rook d7, and it's still working. Like White's still better, but
yeah, nice trick. No, it's not a trick.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I guess White is just better in all these ones.
Rook d2, rook d2. Yeah.
Yeah. It continues. Who knows?
Okay. Don't know. Yeah. No, king d5 was something of an issue. Okay, let's go. Let's just rejoin the game. I can see the other games have started. I don't think I'm ever going to get a break.
It's just no breaks. Yeah, we just have to at some point put our foot down, take a break. Say these games will be here when we get back. Anish up to 0, playing it safe, good old Carlsen structure. Got take on c5, put some mild pressure on the black position, and be happy to make a draw and move on to the next round.
Yep, that's all he needs. Just a reminder, everyone, they're playing best of 4. And as Anish is 2 up, he just needs a draw to cruise through to the semi-final. And the same goes for Ding Liren, who is also playing one of these absolutely solid variations where, as they say, a position with only 2 results in it, really. With
that's one result.
one result.
With playing for one result this night.
Playing with one result, absolutely. He's just playing for a draw. He just needs a draw to cruise through into the semi-finals.
Yeah, this is a very topical line. Looks ugly for black, the first moves, but this line came into fashion because the computer engine Leela gave this as best play, just in the starting position. At some point, this line, which was more or less unheard of before, was on the screen. And people, of course, paid attention. Leela's not wrong. So, yeah, these moves are a little ugly, but they just seem to work. I'm a bit hazy on the details, but I tried to find something for White. It was very difficult. This might be a good try by Mamedyarov, though. This knight takes e4, king f7, knight d2. I haven't seen this one before. Or I will let Ding figure it out.
Let's just zip back to our rook and pawn endgame.
Yeah.
The Valbar seems to have swung back again.
Yeah, it's...
that's a good move. Rook d4. He's
nice,
just pegging the king back. Yeah. If Prag doesn't put this one away, I think it's such a pity because it's an absolutely brilliant opening.
Yeah, also the momentum really turns in the match. No, he's still up 1.5, but Wei Yi is thinking, great, now I'm White next game, and there's all to play for.
Yeah.
This might just be a draw now. King e6, rook d4 back. This idea we've seen. And here, only try I can think of is this, but then this guy becomes pretty fast as well.
Then feels like
is this a draw already?
Could be because after takes and then rook h4, how do you protect the pawn?
Yeah, I just wanted to grab it.
Yeah.
Seems to work. No, check, king, wherever.
Well, Prag has somehow allowed the rook to get behind the pawn. Let's see, how did he do that?
I didn't go rook d4. He
just played rook b5.
Went rook b5. Probably because he can count, which is very useful. Rook c8, rook c5.
Okay, that's so. I mean, this, yeah, it doesn't seem to have changed much.
They might repeat, yeah, rook b8, rook b5. No, Pragnanda goes rook f8. I'm always worried, whatever I say about these rook endgames, that there's someone with chess culture sitting at home, just shaking his head, thinking, these are basics. So tough for me to understand what's going on. Apparently, it's a draw. Apparently, maybe not anymore. B2 did look obvious, but what's wrong with the check?
I don't know.
I guess he wants to keep checking. Yeah, it's too complicated. Maybe the king hides here and then pawns run. King d5, that feels wrong. No more support for the poor b pawn. Now these guys just roll.
Wow, this is bizarre.
This can't work, can it? Just h5, check, king g6, check, king h7. Yeah, white wins.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, or can one just push the g pawn straight away? I don't know.
Also, yeah, he goes for this hiding spot. Yeah, this should just be over. Rook b1.
But yeah, and then g6, king f5. What happens?
I think it's still winning. h5, king g5, king h7.
Oh, just like this.
G7, or is it? Check. Ugh.
King h8.
And rook h6.
Oh, rook h6. Beg your pardon.
Is this winning? This should be winning, no?
King f6. Oh, okay.
The usual disclaimer that I have no idea what I'm doing. 5.
He's not giving. Okay, now he's got it because the king.
King h5.
The king can't support.
Ooh, last tricks.
Still tricky.
G8. Is this actually a draw? That'd be funny if this was a draw. Rook h4. King g7, rook g4. King d4.
Okay, that's a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and if h5?
Still need some cunning here.
Yeah. I'm just looking at king h7 takes king g6. So rook. Yeah. I was trying to find a good move here.
Prag made it easier. He went rook h1 and resigned. No more tricks.
Right.
That's the spirit. No nonsense. Now rook h4, king g8. King is too far away, and this.
And instead, if rook h4, queen, queen. Okay, there's
more rooks.
Yeah. Okay.
Well played, or I don't know if it was well played, but well deserved in the end. Right.
Yeah. Jan, at that point, so okay, let me just go over the scores again. So basically, Prag is 2-0 up, Geary 2-0 up, Ding 2-0 up, and Magnus 1.5 half. He's the outlier here. But at this point, I'm going to take a short break, but I will be back very, very shortly. I'm just going to refill my mug of tea. So see you in a moment.
Sure. I'll use the chance to also take a short break. I'm not sure if we have any commercials or anything to play, but I need to hit the bathroom as well. Again, maybe I do drink too much coffee. So we'll be back in a moment with the world champion being up only 1.5 half. Now with the white pieces, he's going to try to decide this match against David Anton instantly. And he's played a new first move. Not new, he uses once to beat Vladimir Kramnik, but new for this tournament. 1 F4, which is much better than 1 F3. So there's that. Yeah, back in 2 minutes if that's okay. Welcome back to the first day of the knockout stage here in this Chessable Masters. The quarterfinals are in full swing, and looks like it might be a short day. We have 3 players leading 2-0. Anish Geary, Pragnanda is up 2-0 against Wei Yi, and Ding Liren up 2-0 against Mamedyarov, with only the world champion Magnus Carlsen leading only 1.5. He's trying to defeat David Anton now to end this match, and he's chosen a sort of funny-looking opening. Not that funny for his standards here. After f4, we get a sort of freestyle close Sicilian / Grand Prix attack. b6 and queen to c2. Not what Lawrence Trent would have done, who would certainly have sent his queen this way. But I guess Magnus didn't feel there was enough attack over there. Goes queen c2, bishop a6, Anton developing the bishop, keeping his options here. If he wants to go d4 or d takes e4, also stopping white from going knight b2. The very least, then black could take here. And positionally, white does not enjoy recapturing with the knight, giving up his center. So Carlsen plays a4, intending to play knight a3, knight b5. And once again, Anton has to decide what to do next. I guess you just castle. I don't see anything particularly wrong with it. Castles knight to a3. And the game continues. Computer likes black somewhat, but Magnus got what he wanted in unknown position with a board full of pieces. So probably not unhappy with the outcome. The other games have not yet started. Usually there's like a 10-minute break after every game is finished, and then they resume, not waiting for the full hour or anything in this knockout phase. So the matches sometimes can be over reasonably quickly. Rook to c8. Oh, apologies. I'm blind. 2 other games are in full swing. I'm just blind. The game between Wei Yi and Pragnanda has not yet started. Anish Geary is already well on the way, as we mentioned earlier. Great memory, Jan. To secure his draw against Aryan Tari here. Hard to believe Anish could lose his position. He's slightly better because of the isolated d-pawn. Yeah, Anish is going to manage. And will Ding get his draw against Mamedyarov? That's more of a question. Looks like Ding is somewhat worse with his isolated d-pawn. And weaknesses, rook c7 is in the air. No, Mamedyarov might come back here. If takes, bishop takes. Hitting the pawn on a7 and threatening rook c7 check. This looks tough for Ding. Let's have a brief look at how we got here. He was hit by this. I think king e7 is normal. If memory serves, wasn't h6 the move here? I think you're supposed to go h6 here. Have to look it up. But to force white to take, said he went king f7 directly. And now Mamedyarov can remove the knight, keeping this weak pawn on the board and his 2 bishops. Looks like Ding didn't manage to fully equalize here. He must have missed some detail after knight d4, knight takes d4, rook takes d4. His position got unpleasant fast. You see Ding shaking his head. After rook takes, white could even throw in this check first and then recapture. Not over yet, but of course, even if Ding went on to lose this game, he'd still be up to 1 with the white pieces in the last game. So the match still in great shape. But this position is not. Let's go back to Mr. Magnus. Daniel King is also back, hopefully, with a new lovely cup of Earl Grey. We are watching the 3rd game in this quarterfinal round, where Mr. Carlsen is still playing in a non-standard way. Now he's playing rook to d1, saying, you can no longer take on e4, sir.
because then I will recapture, hitting your queen and your bishop. But of course, rook d1 also gives up any remaining dreams of ever attacking on the king side. So it's time to castle. Nino. They call him Nino in Spain. He's, I don't know, he's years and years old by now, David Anton, but they still call him Nino. Will never change.
It's that boyish face he has.
Yeah. Although,
Earl Grey, not my cup of tea, I have to say.
What is your cup of tea?
Yorkshire tea. That's the one. It's a full-blooded blend. It's strong. It's very strong. You have a couple of those, and you've got a tight head, a bit like you've had a cup of coffee. It's I would say predominantly Assam, but it's strong. I like it.
You know what else has the effect of a cup of coffee?
What's that?
Coffee.
The only problem with that is that it really does give me a stonking headache. That's the problem with coffee.
For me, it's the other way around. I drink so much coffee, I might be immune at this point. Even coffee doesn't wake me up. Like, it's
really
can't win.
Yeah. For me, I like coffee. I like the taste of coffee, but coffee doesn't like me. It's really that bad. It just gives me a headache every time.
Okay.
No, seriously. But anyway, I'm a big tea drinker, but there we are. I have some really nice Japanese tea as well, which I have an old friend who lives in Tokyo who supplies a very nice stash to me every now and again when the supplies are going low. It's good stuff. Green tea, you can't get it. The kind of green tea he sends, you can't get it here at all. So I was thinking of kind of opening up a little import-export business with very special green tea.
I did the same when I went to Vietnam. I also brought back a lot of green tea, which was good green tea, but the business was not as successful as I had anticipated. I think I still have most of it. But there should be a market there because they do have the good stuff.
That's interesting. So actually Vietnamese green tea.
Yeah.
Oh no, I haven't tasted that. I haven't tried that at all. Yeah. Nice. But
have you seen the show Ted Lasso? We'll get back to chess in a second.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ted Lasso, it's an excellent show. It's about an American football coach coming to England to coach soccer. And one running gag that I don't agree with because I like tea, but I think many people do, is he doesn't understand what it is with the tea and the English. He just, keeps saying he wants a frappuccino, one of these coffee things where you can't taste the coffee. They keep serving him tea. He doesn't get it.
Do you know Ted Lasso? Everyone says it's absolutely fantastic.
It's good stuff, yeah.
And I still haven't got around to seeing it. It's just one of those things it's on my list, and I just haven't got around to it. And actually, curiously, some of it was filmed in West London, where I live, around Brentford, and some of it was actually filmed in Brentford, which is the team I support. So, I mean, for so many reasons, I should be watching it. Just haven't got around to it.
Yeah. No, I very much recommend it. It's funny and lighthearted at the same time without being cheesy. It's very good. Anyway, knight d4 by Anton, and I think Magnus missed this, although it's sort of a standard tactic. Usually, though, with a knight here and like a pawn here, but this just looks excellent for black. If the queen moves, we take, and we take on e4. This pin is an issue. If takes, putting a lot of pressure on the white construction. Bishop takes, cd4 looks great as well. Carlsen in trouble.
I'm only just catching up with the notation and spotting that the first move was actually not e4, but actually f4.
Yeah, so, but that's better than f3, so he's making progress.
He's making progress. He's kind of almost going for the full house. You know, he's on a mission.
Yeah.
But is this just a bit too much? I mean, he's transposed to one of these bishop e2 thing
Yeah.
we saw the other day. Garwin was trying this. It's not great though.
Hard to believe it's too great, but yeah, certainly after a knight d4, it just looks like trouble. Carlsen, what did he do? He took with the bishop. C takes d. Now this pawn is under attack, so he has to go c4. Oof. It's not a very pretty position.
Not at all. I'm just waiting for that dark square bishop on g7 to emerge somewhere and land on e3 or something. I don't know.
What does black do? There's no need to take anything yet, I would guess. Maybe just bring the knight over here. Because here I'd be worried that e5 all of a sudden cuts the guy off. Could still happen. Magnus is so terrifying that even when he clearly screws up, I'm thinking, oof, what should black do now?
Yeah, e5 could cut the bishop for a moment. Okay, how do we do this? I mean, it looks absolutely disgusting for white, but it's not absolutely obvious.
Takes. There's no direct punishment. Carlsen shaking his head here. He clearly missed his 94 move, but it might not be the end yet. And top plays queen c7. That might be clever, attacking this pawn.
Do you know what he wants? He wants to try and get in. Can he take on c4 and go knight d5? Is this nonsense or?
Looks good.
Okay, so
knight takes knight d5.
Yeah. So does white have to play d takes c4? Is this the issue?
He played queen d2. Instead of all this, this position is probably still just bad. No, knight f5.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. What did he do? Queen.
He went queen d2 without e5.
Yeah.
D-E-D-E, but that's clearly a useful intermezzo for black. This queen c7, queen d2. Now some rook to d8.
Or do you flick in e5? Is that?
Yeah, I was also wondering.
I'm not sure.
Me neither.
And then f takes e5, knight c6. I mean, it might just. It's kind of the scenario that I was trying to envisage earlier, where this dark square bishop suddenly pops up, and that diagonal and the other diagonal towards white's king from e5, and suddenly white's position just looks absolutely dreadful.
It looks bad for white.
It's really bad. Yeah.
Knight b5, I'm not even sure we have to take. Maybe just queen e7.
Is Ding losing, by the way?
Yeah, it looked like he was in big trouble earlier.
He just needs a draw, but he looks completely lost now.
Yeah, he will still need a draw in the next game.
Yeah.
This is over.
Making a big fight. There we go. Shaq has won. So 2-1 now. And, well, Shaq still needs to win the next one to get into a tiebreak. But, wow, well, Ding, well, cut and run a bit too early for a draw. How's Anish doing?
Anish was doing fine. I was wondering, now that this d-pawn has appeared, maybe still some practical chance for black. He's a pawn down, but after f8, at least there are some potential jumps. But it looks like Anish is still in control. Yeah? Queen can come here. Yeah, he'll manage. He'll get his draw.
Yeah, should do. Yeah. The black knights just for a moment aren't really in the game.
Yep. Queen takes was played. Still queen d3 looks very solid.
The problem is after queen d3, how do you actually protect the knight on b5? Yeah, e8 is the only move, which is obviously not desirable.
Then knight c3 or whatnot, and yeah, white is just stable and the upper pawn. He'll manage. Oh, our line more or less happened. Oh no, they include rook f8, bishop d3, and now e5 was played. Knight b5, queen b8.
Well, it's the same biz, really, isn't it? I mean,
yeah. Should white go f5 here, or is that suicide creating?
Maybe you have to do
passes.
it.
Yeah.
Just to try and keep the pieces locked out. But if that bishop ever emerges,
see here, if black doesn't get e4, this will become very double-edged all of a sudden. It looks like he gets e4.
Okay, so he doesn't need to take, of course.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe not so clear actually.
Yes, move like this to go a6 next.
Okay, well, if we're going to be consistent, then do we just throw everything forward and go g4 or something, or I don't know. Oh, is there a problem on f3? Maybe not too much. Yeah, g4, g5. If I were Gawain, I would just be thinking white is better here.
Nah. It's the new solid Gawain.
Yeah, g takes f5.
Can take.
Oh, you think this is possible?
I don't know.
I was assuming that there'd be, take and you go f6 or something afterwards, and queen h6.
Could be, but
I know.
Could also backfire. Who knows? Takes queen h6. We have the dragon bishop.
Yeah, there's also rook f1 in the middle of all this as well.
It's poor position. What have we done to it? Yeah, I guess this is a bit messier than black would like.
Yeah, rook f3 and the game goes on.
Let's say no, none of this happening. Magnus is making sane decisions like knight takes e5. Takes, pawn takes. Probably just saying, if you take, I'll take this pawn. My position might not be pretty, but I'll have a pawn.
Okay, so he's knight c6, or is there knight d6 after that?
Not sure how much it does, but it's tempting to take, but it's an exchange. Rook c7, queen f4, at least.
Yeah, or queen g5, one of those. Yeah, queen f4, yeah.
And it's on the board. Knight c6, knight d6.
Oh, okay. So this is getting interesting. Not so clear.
No.
Is the eval bar stuck, or does it actually think it's equal?
I never know. They seem to think it's equal in every position now, so I'm assuming it still works. Yeah, it says it's equal. Rook c7, queen g5, or queen f4, rook e7. Quick computer line. Knight f5, gf, queen g5, and it's some perpetual or whatever. Yeah, so it's 0-0.
Okay, so if Magnus survives this, he'll be very, very happy after having clearly overlooked knight d4, which is extraordinary, really, because it's just such a standard tactic.
Very much. Although Magnus, he does, he's not winning the match here with the draw. I think he has that, I don't know who you associate with, maybe this Karpovian quality, that he can forget about the bad positions he had earlier and keep pushing for a win when he smells any chance. So I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to make something happen here. Although I'm not sure if there is anything. Like, now I saw the computer line, which said 0-0. He's usually very good at forgetting what happened earlier in the game and just, playing the position on the board, which I always struggled with. I usually thought, okay, I was lost earlier. Now we're escaping with a draw. It's great. He doesn't have these problems.
Yeah, no, likewise. No, it's it's an extraordinary character trait to have, that kind of objectivity.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's only objectivity. I think it also helps him that he's better than everyone. So if you're always the favorite in some equal position, you gain this confidence that it makes sense for you to play on and push. But yeah,
but that's something else from being able to forget or just somehow push to the side how you've been playing earlier, and if you've played some pretty poor moves, just to continue and in some computer-like way. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah. And rook d7. Here we go. Chances, Mr. Magnus. So the idea is to go knight takes e5. What can white do?
I'm wondering whether it's possible to throw in, I mean, this is just fantasy, it's probably nonsense, but c5, just in order to swing the rook up to the third rank. So black has to play, waste a move with, I don't know if this helps, if this is just too slow, but it's the first thing I would think of, just to start attacking, basically.
Likewise. So knight takes e5 here.
Just too slow, maybe?
Black is holding. Yeah, there's no checkmates here.
Yeah. So knight f5 instead of with the rook on h3.
5.
Just keep going. Let's see.
Yeah. I'd be scared.
I'm not.
Bring this rook here and.
Well, rook h7 is a threat, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if we can grab the pawn, but that's really not where the music is. Yeah, this looks like most Lawrence Trent games in the English Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah. It's classic weekend tournament material.
Yeah. No, I like the c5. I don't know if it works, but it looks scary. And Magnus has played b4. What is this move? He's saying if you take, what is he saying? He wants to go c5 then, yeah? Just stabilize the knight.
Really?
No,
Hang on.
No, this is hanging. Sorry, I'm blundering. Yeah.
Okay, what does he want?
I guess he has to capture them.
Is he just playing a position?
I don't know. It's confusing.
Is he just saying, well, actually, this isn't much for black? I mean, it's possible to do this and just, I mean, you can also, you can go b5 and a5, exactly. And just saying, right, actually, white is fine here.
He's not a romantic like us, Magnus. Not going for the attack, just going for the end game.
Romantic, yeah. Hacker. Not a hacker.
Rook d6. Anton doesn't want any part of this endgame. White could do the same, b5, a5. c5 doesn't do anything, does it? bc covers this guy, and bc doesn't look very pleasant positionally. No, any move, rook e6 or whatever. Could still be equal, but
well, I was going to say, actually, it leads to a mass exchange because you take on d4, and I guess that's just going to probably not enough for white. But
yeah, it's true. White emerges a pawn up.
Yeah, kind of unexpectedly. Actually, Magnus has done it. He's played c5. Oh, interesting.
No adventurous, cold-blooded pawn grabbing.
By the way, we have our first player who has qualified for the semi-final. Anish Geary has drawn his game with white against Tari, which means that Anish has won the match 2.5-half. So he goes through to the semi-final, and I think he will meet the winner of Shahriar Mamedyarov and Ding Liren, and they still have their fourth game to play today.
He's playing, if I interpret this graphic correctly, it's the winner of Wei Yi, Pragnanda.
Wei Yi, Pragnanda. Okay,
So
I got that wrong.
most likely Pragnanda. That would be fun.
I thought it was the other way
I'm not
around.
sure as well. You might still be right, man. I mean, I'm
No, I
just
don't know.
looking at the graphic.
According to the Chess24 site, it would be the winner of Shaq against Ding. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe our producer knows better. Quite possible.
We will find out. So Magnus got this rook end game drawn up. I guess it should be drawn with best play, question mark, because the white pawns look weak. But if black has to go passive, then white can bring his king around. Like I've seen better positions being lost. King comes here, rook b1, then we exchange a pair of rooks. This could go wrong very, very quickly. I should mention, by the way, that the fourth game, is it the fourth game? The between the third game between Wei Yi and Pragnanda is also ongoing. Pragnanda up to 0. But now he has a lot of c-pawns. Computer says black is doing great, but what type of position is this?
Very strange.
Do you call this the Irish pawn center, or is that offensive? Sometimes I've used that term, but I think people weren't happy with me using it.
Well, yeah, it was actually coined by, I think, Tony Miles. There was a zonal tournament with some Irish players in the late 1970s, where these tripled pawns appeared in a couple of games, and they were somehow successful. But there were some Irish players there who kind of embraced it. So at that time, it certainly wasn't offensive, and in fact, it was rather enjoyed by those Irish players. But maybe the origins of the expression have kind of been forgotten. And yeah, everyone's these days very sensitive, and very often rightly so. But yeah, originally it was certainly taken in good spirit.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. But maybe a new generation of Irish players does no longer want to be identified with the triple C. Anyway, the computer was saying black is doing well here. It looks horrible for black, but with the king so open, computer seems to say black is fine.
Yeah, what is white doing with the king?
Well, nothing. Leave it there. Take all the c-pawns. Rook g1, 94. Maybe f5 is coming in.
F5. Then black's got to worry about his own king.
It's not going to help the structure.
Man, what are you doing? What are you doing?
No, just trying to open this guy up a little.
Yeah. But then kind of all bets are off after f5. It's all sensible chess goes out of the window. It's just who gets the first hit in, How's Mags doing?
It's chipping away. King is there. But he still needs
a rook on e5.
Yeah, how does he want to make progress? Like rook d5, king d4? Is that what he wants? King d5, rook d4. Sorry.
Yeah.
So check, king somewhere. He's still stuck.
But is there a problem with king d5, check, takes, and rook a6? Is that possible?
Can be sneaky and play this, but I'm not sure how much it helps.
Well, it's cute.
It's cute.
King c6, rook e7 takes. Rook f7.
This should end well for white, I would think. No, with the
Yes, so
tree pawn falling. I was wondering if black can go passive and go king d8 just to take next move.
Wow. And if we put the king on d, so after king d5, king d6.
Just push the c pawn here. Rook a1, c6. Is white winning pawn end games?
Don't know. Probably, yeah.
This one is winning. Yeah, ed a5. I'll just show because I like pawn mates. This one is not a very close race. And if rook c1. Looks pretty bad for black, has to be admitted.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how you make progress, actually. That's the problem. E5, probably not happening either. Nah, not so clear.
Yeah, still hanging around.
It's on the board, actually. Rook a6 has happened.
Mr. Magnus. This is a trick you will normally spot here. A5 played.
Yeah. Okay, it's a pretty weird move if king d8 is the move here.
Yeah, but it has its logic, no? Like we want to threaten to take and keep these squares covered.
Maybe after king d8 you play rook d5 to allow the king into e5.
Mm-hmm. King e7 and king e5.
Yeah.
So, but we could give a check, and I'm not sure.
Ah, that's okay. That's a
king progress.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, he's played king d8.
Nice.
Nino hanging in there. The engine bar, however, seems to think that white should win this. Oh, exactly. This looks very logical. King d5, king d6.
Yeah, but then the rook is so badly placed. Ah, do you play king c6 instead? King d7, exactly. Yeah.
This could be it, yeah.
Magnus down to a minute and a bit. How's he looking?
Focused, calculating.
You check him out.
I can see him. I found out where he is, by the way. He's in Denmark. Not as exotic a location as we were maybe hoping for, but still, he left Norway, took Peter Heine. Looks like they're in a nice house in Denmark for the
Is this because he wanted to be very focused, not to have distractions back home in Oslo, or what's the story?
I don't know, but I could imagine that being the case. In general, I'm sure everyone's played a lot of tournaments from home now. But in general, it's a different feel. No, if you leave somewhere to play a chess tournament, even if it's online, if you're in a different location with your coach, could be that feels a bit more serious than sitting in your flat or your house.
I can well imagine that, actually. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a very sensible thing to do. There's always stuff happening at home. Well, some homes more than others, but
yeah,
don't know about how your home life is. You've got kids,
I have 2 little kids running around here, so yeah, there's and sometimes it's also very hard to explain. I guess it's the same for everyone that does stuff from home, when you're working and when you're not working, because I look the same. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I've got 2 big kids running around.
How big are yours?
Big kids. They are 23 and 21.
Ah, okay.
I think they say, yeah, small kids, small problems, big kids, big problems. That's kind of where we're at the moment. Yeah, but when the kids were younger, we had this thing, you know, is dad in work mode or not? And so we tried this system where if I was in work mode, then I would wear a hat.
Oh,
then the kids
that's good.
Okay, then I'm in work mode, and then it's kind of more serious and it's not fun and games. It didn't work, of course.
No. Still a good idea. I'll introduce that system.
Yeah,
try my hat and then go to the basement and play Vampire Survivors for 5 hours and say sorry. Very, very busy.
Yeah. You're in the basement. You see, my office has always been in the loft. So that's where my office is. So I'm yeah. Different thing, but they'd always come up and, you know, whatever.
It's fine. They should. Like,
it's kind of, you know, forbidden fruit when, you know, dad shouldn't be disturbed. It's always kind of, you know, what's he doing? That's really exciting.
Yeah. Although I think at this point, my kids, they're 2 and 5, but I think they're losing the excitement for dad sitting in the basement talking about random chess moves.
Right.
They've seen it all before. Magnus is winning here. He's just picking up the next pawn. And that's the match. I don't think there are many draw constructions against G and E pawn in this, certainly. Not one of them. Rook somewhere, and you slowly advance.
Okay, this one has lost its interest. That seemed to happen very quickly. Yeah, can we do a quick rewind to see, because we were sort of struggling to make it work. But yes. Magnus seems to have made it work in an instant. So what happened?
Well, he put his king here, and we thought rook a1 was the move, but I played rook b5, and now rook e7. He just ended up taking all the pawns. Like this was supposed to be the trap, rook c5. That doesn't quite work.
Okay, so he cleaned up after rook b5. But rook a1, can we just have a very quick look at our move, rook a1? Is there something obvious we're missing?
Computer just is crushing through.
Say, I see.
Violently saying this position is just too passive for black. And yeah, rook b5, threatening checkmate. Let's say king c8, rook b7.
Yeah, but after rook b5, instead rook after rook b5, rook d1 check. What's going
on? He says everything is winning, so his lines don't make a lot of sense. No, he just wants to repeat, so let's try this again. Rook a1. So just e5, apparently. Now this, yeah, you could see this being winning, I think. But basically just converting by taking all these guys and then winning some race, which, yeah, is believable.
All right, okay. And
indeed, the game is over. Yep. Magnus in the semifinals.
So we have 2 semifinalists. We have Magnus Carlsen and Anish Geary. And we still have Wei Yi against Pragnanda. Prag just needs a draw in that game, and he is through. And we have Shaq against Ding, and I think their 4th game is now taking place, and Ding just needs a draw there to go through.
It's a great position for Shaq, though. Switch off the engine. When needing a win with black. Not sure if he's better, but there's bishops, there's squares. Stuff is happening. He's a pawn down, though.
Pawn down.
Yeah.
Isn't Ding just going to be happy to, you know, have an end game where, okay, it's not such a complicated position. Yeah, we all love the bishops, but just needs a draw.
It's fine. This line is curious. I know this line, bishop d3, and here usually they take on e4, but they're the best black can hope for is really a draw after, let's say, takes. This is a line. Yeah. Anybody's better, it's white. Some idea. I've tried b5. I'm not sure if it's home prep or just a way to avoid anything forcing.
They got this. He couldn't take. I guess you just take. This is covered. And yeah, it doesn't work for black. So knight c6, knight c3, rook b8. We'll see. Draw would mean Ding moves on to the next round.
Yeah, rook b8 is, I have to say, is mildly annoying. But h3, I mean, Ding's obviously not phased. He's moving fairly quickly. How do we get out of our little bind on b2?
Yeah, what does black do? Bishop e6, bishop f5.
Is he just going to play knight d5 or something?
Yeah, probably. Especially when tempted by bishop e6. Because this black will, at the very least, not win.
Yeah. Okay, that one's very stable.
So bishop e6 is probably stupid. Yeah, I should play bishop f5.
Is he going to play it
even
anyway?
here? Yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
Could be fancy with rook takes, but the problem is it only leads to exchanges either way.
I mean, white is very stable.
Agree.
There's no
way to keep the game.
Yeah, go on.
Going. No, not the most active move ever played, but.
Well, I mean, bishop g5, is that rushing it? But I'll try it anyway.
Looks like white is stable enough here, even at f6 check. It's hard to believe. Yeah,
it's probably okay, isn't it? I mean, even I mean, okay.
I just played bishop a6, which maybe is smarter.
Yeah,
because now knight b5, then at least you reclaim the pawn, and there's still some pressure on this pawn. Still doesn't look like black should win, but yeah, knight b5 is on the board. At least the game continues a bit.
A bit. Yeah. He might go rook d7, actually.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, you know, in those trades.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Continues a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, nothing too.
Not too scary, but yeah, still a few little issues to sort out.
There's probably some tactical solution here as well, which Ding will find. I don't know, some move like bishop f4. Get rid of as many pawns as possible. Here, rook b1.
Yeah.
This looks good enough, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, probably more sensible than cutting around. Actually, he's played rook e4. Yeah,
he doesn't even take. Yeah, okay.
Trying to keep something.
Makes sense.
Reasonable.
What does white do? 92. It looks a bit passive.
But I guess in some ways rook c4 is not really a threat, because then knight c7 gains a huge tempo and the knight can bounce back to d5.
So white has time to play some move like rook b1
Exactly.
or something to compare b3. Yep.
Yeah, threat b3.
Takes, bishop somewhere. It's just black's just not going to win this here. Like
b3 first, or well, b3 rook c2 is a bit annoying. Okay, forget that one. We don't need to do it yet.
I also don't think it's too annoying, is it? Like bishop f4.
Yeah, also fine actually.
Ding just goes bishop e3. No nonsense, but same idea. Rook c4, knight c7. Bishop b2, rook b1. There's also knight c7. Yeah, very sensible.
He's a cool customer, yeah. And so chunky, that bishop on e3. Yeah. These guys know how to do it, don't they? Just that slightly worse, or slightly, and I'm not saying white is worse, but slightly tricky positions. They know how to compromise beautifully.
Also, he's such a good calculator, and he doesn't get rattled. So even bad positions, we've seen him win so often, even in the course of this tournament. He'll be
will be interesting to see Ding in the candidates, which looks like it's 99% now that he'll play those. Last time he was a big favorite going in, or one of the big favorites going into the candidates, and things didn't go his way. But I'm very curious to see him. He hasn't been very active, but he's looked good recently.
Yep.
Did you follow his campaign of having to play, I don't know, 28 games in a month to make it there?
Not really, actually. I was just noting the results rather than I didn't really look at the games. Did you take a look?
Yeah, I looked at the games because I thought these results, they look a little funny. You know, they played these four people round robin and everybody drew all the games against each other, but they all scored half out of 4 against Ding in that matchup. So that looked a little funny, but the games just looked like, okay, he's the better player and outplaying them with, mistakes, just fewer mistakes by Ding. So I think there's nothing to suspect there. Just, the format obviously was meant for him to get enough games, and the other guys didn't have any incentive to play out the games against each other.
And to be fair to Ding, I mean, his rating was in any case sort of so far ahead of others. You can say he kind of worked the system, but then again, it was kind of rather artificial to say that you needed a certain number of games anyway in a rating period. So I thought it was entirely reasonable, actually.
Yeah, especially during the pandemic with in China, all the troubles. Yep. He's had to travel and to play and so on. I don't know the details, but I also thought, well, he's clearly the player you want in the candidates, especially if you're looking for replacements. So
there was a kind of natural justice about it somehow.
His position is very, very equal. Mamedyarov needs a miracle here, which is unlikely to happen.
We haven't really looked at Wei Yi against Pragnanda at all. Just a reminder, Prag just needs a draw to get through to the semi-final. This is only their 3rd game. They have been very slow.
Yeah.
Well,
looks like Prag should get his draw, no, but still work. 3 pawns versus 3. The knight goes to e6. Whoa.
Hello.
Knight d4, king e4.
Takes on c6. Oh, okay. He's just being. Is he just being? He didn't. I assume he didn't overlook that. He's just being super solid.
Yeah. From the way he looks, it doesn't look like he blundered. He just thought this was the right setup here. Knight e6.
Yeah. Well, he's probably not wrong. I mean, that knight on e6 holds everything.
Yeah.
And king moves to d7, and I mean, I don't know whether you risk pushing the c pawn because it sort of destabilizes the 7th rank, but in any case, I guess black might just be able to sit there anyway, even just with the pawn on c7, even if you're not brave enough to push.
Yeah, it's quite a knight. Like Vishyana the other day had a knight that was defending like 5 pawns. It's not quite as good as that, but still doing a very solid job.
Unless the king wants to come to g6, but okay, rook h1, that's a good move.
Take some pawns.
Yeah, why not?
King f5, there's g6. King d1, there's rook d1. King d5, there's rook d1. Yeah, black's fine. They grow up so fast.
There's even a little bit of destabilizing with g5 to make that bishop hit the bishop, which could be a bit annoying, but always have to be careful about those pawn pushes because they might leave some squares.
Could always backfire. Yeah.
Could backfire, but depends if the bishop can be hit in a nice way.
King f5, g6, he wants king g4. Check, and bishop g3, I guess, or maybe king back.
Yeah.
Some back and forth, rook f1, king g3, then g5, king g2. Sorry, I'm just making random moves.
Yeah.
I guess rook h1, king g2.
Don't think it's going to change anything really, because g6 doesn't destabilize enough.
No, you'd rather have it on g7 where it's not hanging, and f6 is covered, but it shouldn't do any real damage.
A minute each, but not too complicated. Let's just go to Ding against Shaq. Nothing too much happening.
Not much going on. I think Shaq needs to win this with black. It's unlikely. Of course, you try h4 to keep
H4.
some potential, but
h4, fair play. But
it's not happening. So it looks like most likely we'll have our 4 semi-finalists probably after this round already. And yeah, the upset, I guess, is Pragnanda, although he almost won the last of these events he played, so we can't call it too much of an upset. But I liked the Wei Yi comeback as well, so I'm a bit sad, as you mentioned earlier as well, to see him go already.
do we have confirmation about those semi-finals? Because it's actually different on the Chess24 website. It seems to think that it's going to be. So I think we've been told by our producer that in fact it will be the other way around. So it'll be Geary against. See, now I'm completely unsure.
No, I think it's Geary against Pragnanda, and
right.
Most likely Ding versus Magnus, which is also fun little semi-final there.
Yeah.
World number 1 against world number 2.
No, I'm more interested in that actually. Also, of course that, but actually Geary against Prag, I think that would be really, really interesting. I mean, I would say Geary is the favorite. Nevertheless, the form that Prag is in, that's tremendous.
Yeah. No, it will be interesting. Anish so well prepared. But yeah, Prag has very much shown he can play with anybody. But yeah, I'm more into the Magnus Ding clash. We haven't seen a good one of those for a while. They had some battles when this tour started.
Yeah, Magnus has come out pretty well, but okay, he does against most, but even so, yeah, Ding hasn't always shone. But again, the whole connection business was kind of a bit of a distraction.
No, he hasn't really started beating Magnus regularly, but then no one has. And he's had minor successes, like he won the Sinkerfield Cup tie break against Magnus a couple of years ago. I'm not sure if he won one of these matches against Magnus. I think it was once up 1.5 with a great position, but then went on to lose it. I don't know. Obviously, Magnus will be the favorite as always, but Ding looking strong. Some deep insights here. World number 2, good at chess. World number 1, better at chess.
It's interesting. Someone asked me recently, of all the really strong players that I've either played or analyzed with, is there one that I felt was just kind of on another level of understanding? And well, I sort of fell back on Kasparov, but also
choice.
Solid choice, but also Vichy, just because of the speed, which he sees tactics. I mean, is quite extraordinary. Is there? I mean, obviously, Magnus. You're working with Magnus. Do you get that feeling with Magnus? That he's that cut above other players that you've worked with or played.
It depends on what skill you choose. Magnus is
understanding, I think, is beyond anybody I've seen, but it's hard to put into words. Like, as you mentioned, with Vichy, like I can play blindfold chess, but maintaining a conversation with Vichy about a certain line without a board is just completely impossible for me because the speed is just so mind-boggling. So I've never seen anything like that. And also, it's not just speed in which he says the moves, but also the quality of the moves. So yeah, Vichy, I was incredibly impressed. With Magnus, he just has such a unique way of thinking about positions and getting to the essence of them directly. Like, obviously, he's a great tactician. You probably have to be arguably the best player ever. But with him, it's more how his mind works, like putting pieces together and understanding stuff so quickly. While with Vichy, I was incredibly impressed with just, I don't know how you call it, the brute speed of calculation and accuracy. But yeah, sadly, whatever strong player I've worked with or talked to, I've had to come to the realization these guys are pretty good. Like, I've also done a lot of commentary with Svidler, who's also just amazing at just looking at a position and spitting out 50 lines that are very well calculated. I still don't know how he does it. Like,
No, absolutely. It looks like Prag's messed up, by the way.
Ooh, Ipon's running.
Yeah.
Game 4 coming. Where did it go wrong?
So he's kind of he shook it.
Okay, 1 looks a bit blasé. G5 is asking for it. Well, maybe it's good, but
okay,
lost coordination here.
Interesting. Very patient from Wei Yi.
Yeah. And maybe we announced the semi-final pairings a bit early.
I think we did.
Did we jinx Prag?
Totally. Well, not totally, but
a little bit.
Okay. E7 doesn't look terrible. Oh, that's cute.
Good news for White is he has 2 e-pawns. He can always exchange rooks, then cash in 1 against the knight and queen the other one. Yeah, this is it, I guess.
Can we just go to Ding against Shaq? What's going on?
Are they still battling? Oh, it also got
more lively than we could ever anticipate.
Ding is fine though, isn't he? Just push.
Yeah, I guess so. He's going to check the king, isn't he? In from the side after the trade.
Yeah.
Seems okay. By the way, as far as understanding goes, I had the pleasure of playing against Yefim Geller a few times, and in post-mortems, his understanding was of some positions. I'm not talking about speed, not that Vichy-like speed, but his understanding of certain positions, for example, in the Queen's Gambit, was phenomenal.
He's invented like half modern chess theory, or like Geller footnotes. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, exactly. But we had one game where I was on the white side of a Queen's Gambit, and I played some little wrinkle, some little sideline, and he just sort of, this is proper classical chess, and he just sat there at the board and, put in little 10 or 15 minute think and just found the perfect response. And yeah, in the afterwards, the way he discussed and talked about the position was just absolutely phenomenal. Yeah.
Can't bluff Yefim.
Really.
Even Fischer had his troubles.
Yeah. I mean, I just realized, okay, this guy, his chess culture was just next level, you know.
Check. Okay, this is a draw. And Prague lost, so game 4 looming or incoming there.
That's a nice finish, by the way.
Yeah, domination.
Yeah, knight f8, rook h8. Very, very cute. Yeah, I mean, actually, beautiful technique from Wei Yi. I mean, the way he poked and he probed and found a little weakness and then got his rook in. Actually, very nice indeed.
Let me just briefly ask the computer where it all went wrong. But the computer already here is giving not zeros at the very least. Although
Not zeros.
It should be a draw.
Okay, let's see where it really
So
swung.
good. Yeah. Rook c2. Yeah, this g5. G5 just didn't work. Which is not surprising. Like Prague saw he's picking up the pawn.
Mm.
But you also mentioned earlier, you always got to be careful with those because they leave holes behind. And now Black just loses all coordination and it's over. Yeah.
Okay, so instead of g5, basically the computer is just saying waiting.
Keep doing nothing. Yeah. Like rook
f1.
Any square, rook f1, rook d1.
And if the rook tries to invade on the d file, are you just playing king e8 or what's the story?
Pure doesn't care. Yeah, king e8 is fine, or giving a check, forcing the king here,
Right.
going back.
Okay, that's clearer. Yeah.
Looks like it always has enough squares to do something.
Okay. Yeah. So he should have just said, yeah. Okay. He overlooked basically that after g5 h5 he's picking up the pawn, but he overlooked the invasion.
Yeah.
So he's got some work to do. They go into game 4, and this, we have a draw. Let's just go to Ding against Mamedyarov.
This is over. They managed to play 4 games, while the others only played 3 in that time. And Ding wins the match 2.5, 1.5, advances to a little meeting with the world champion.
So we have a little bit of a gap before Prague and Wei Yi play their 4th game, in which Prague just needs a draw. Wei Yi needs to win to get to a tiebreak. So shall we take a short break while I just
Let's do it.
Refill my mug, and we'll see you back in a few minutes' time. See you then.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Lee Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder. All this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. That's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just... Come on. Literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Geary is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like,
yeah.
E takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, d takes d5. This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Airthings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aim Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Lee Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess. Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder. All this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. That's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Welcome back, everyone. We have just one match still to be decided. We have Pragnanda against Wei Yi. And if Prag manages to draw, then he will go through to the semi-final, and Wei Yi needs to win to get to a tie-break. We have the other 3 semi-finalists are clear: Anish Geary, we have Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen. So this is just the final one. Jan, what would your... Well, I've just seen the opening that's appeared on the board. I was going to ask, you know, how would you play this? You know, what kind of opening would you choose? But I can see we already have a very dubious Benoni on the board.
Yeah, there are no good answers, really. Like, usually, what do people try? They try either the modern Benoni, the Benko, the King's Indian. This is the usual go-to list. Wei Yi has gone for this, I don't even know what it's called. Old Benoni, Czech Benoni, I always mix up the names. I think
Czech Benoni. Czech Benoni.
Yeah. He's played c5, d5, e5, knight c3, d6. I was always slightly afraid of this setup. If you switch on any modern engine, they will give insane numbers here, like +150 or something along these lines. They just don't think it's playable for black. But I think under the circumstance, it makes a lot of sense. You keep all the pieces on the board. You try to play a long sort of maneuvering game. And who knows, maybe one day in the distant future, you go f5 and things get messy. Computers really, really hate it, though.
It's quite funny. In English chess circles, if you wanted to say something was a bit dubious, I mean, I'm not talking on the chessboard. I'm talking about off it, or you wanted to malign someone's character or something, you would say, that's a bit Czech. It's a bit Czech? A bit Czech Benoni.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you want to, if you were talking about, I don't know, football team, you didn't think much of it. They're a bit Czech. Or just generally, something was a bit dubious, you'd say, it's a bit Czech.
Gotcha.
Basically, no one rated the Czech Benoni. Nothing to do with the Czech national character, I should
yeah,
mention very, very quickly. But yeah, no one rated the Czech Benoni.
It is a tough position to play. Yeah, especially nowadays when no one's afraid to go h3, g4, claiming even more space there. But I like the choice under the circumstances. It's ringing. I guess that's my family telling me they're back but don't have a key. So I'll let them in and be back in a second.
There you go. Family life once again intrudes. It's just a normal situation. So yeah, why, at least in English chess circles, was the Czech Benoni always considered rather dubious? Well, it's because of space. How does black break free? White has already clamped black on the queen side with a4 and c4. And how does black break with b5? And if you look on the other side of the board, you could say this is akin to a King's Indian, but how exactly are you going to break with f5 when white plays the pawn move g4? And if there's going to be some huge exchange on f5, naturally that'll open up black's king position. And crucially, white has not committed the king yet. So the king can hang around in the middle, sometimes even go to the queen side, and wait for black to break with f5, or indeed start attacking, start the traditional squeeze with g4, and there we go, g4 is on the board. So it's just always been thought this was hard work for black to break free. These two breaks, either b5 or f5, that's what black has to go for, but how you actually achieve that is incredibly difficult. In the meantime, white can squeeze, well, actually even on both sides of the board. Later on, if the king side becomes closed, then white can go a5 and then little by little prepare b4 as well. So this is really hard work. However, from black's point of view, if we're going to look at a sort of positive side of this position, all the pieces are on the board. It's a closed position, and if the position does explode, then it is still incredibly complex.
Yeah. And I like the way he's playing it. The usual plan, quote unquote, in these positions, I think, is go king h8, knight g7, knight g8, and then try to find the right moment for f5. You won't be able to convince the computer this is any good, but over the board, I never found it so easy for white, just to find the right moment when to do something decisive on either side. But yeah, computers just think this is winning for white, who has so much extra space, and they might be right, but in a must-win situation, could be worse. The white king usually, I think you just talked about, but usually it stays in the center, right? It doesn't really want to go.
Just hangs around till it knows where it wants to go. I mean, sometimes, it can just sit on c2, but I mean, just hangs around for the moment.
We'll do the same.
So that's the plan. King h8, knight g8, and knight g7, and you see what happens.
Yeah, then at least f5 could become a topic.
The problem with the king on h8 is that white knows where it is. White knows where it's sitting.
No, you got to be careful about the timing. If white gets all his pieces here and the knight is on g8, h4, could be painful. But it's double-edged enough. Like I've always struggled with these positions, even though I know they're good and I've looked at them many a time.
So I'm just
computer, just for the record, says +2 here. Queen e2, 228. They're really unimpressed. King d2, it also likes. Oh yeah, Queen e2 played. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I'm sort of intrigued by, if white does all the standard stuff. I don't know whether you play King d2 or whether you castle queenside and you go rook g1. And then, black goes for King h8 and knight g8. Whether after h4, whether black will meet it with h5 if white goes h4, and whether that can sometimes actually be an issue.
I think generally you close your eyes, play f5, and hope that things don't go too badly. But
okay,
they might go badly.
You don't think h5 in that position for black?
I don't know. Doesn't look like much fun either, does it? Takes. Put a knight somewhere here.
Okay, knight g5. You just. Yeah, don't know. Then we put the bishop on f6. Put it back on g7, and eventually go for knight f4. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all. Whenever something moves, like
it should stay on h5.
No, these positions are tough because white just has more resources over there.
Yeah.
Looking into.
It's not good. Okay, so you close your eyes and play f5. Okay, that's the.
I think so. Or when the king shows his face, then you close your eyes and play b5, c4, and hope for something here. Pragnanda, this looks, he's gone long castles, but now he's sort of taken it back. He could just as well have played king d2, king c2. No, it was faster than long castles, king c2, rook a1. But I like rook a1, stopping b5 for now.
Are we going to get a queen trapped on the queen side? I seem to have seen that somewhere before recently.
Yeah, it's a common motive to encircle that queen.
Bundesliga, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
That was nice.
That must have felt good.
Frankly, it just felt good to win a game. I haven't played much and not won much, so I'll take anything.
But it's nice when you can sort of finish the game nice and cleanly, and good feeling.
Yeah, it was a slightly different construction in my game because there was this ED-CD structure, so it's some more squares to annoy the queen. But it's just hard for black to do anything. No, like b5 doesn't look like it's going to work anytime soon. If queen b4, white can even keep defending here with rook a3 and ask what he wants to do. So what should Wei Yi try? Bring this knight back? He's going rook fb8.
That means, he can always exit with the queen and go for b5. Yeah, is it time to send one of those knights back again via e8 to c7?
Could be, yeah. I don't know what white does. I'd go knight d2. And then if one of these knight moves, maybe we get tempted to start some action here. I don't know.
Well, then I switch back to h5.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to take up the check. This is fantastic.
Knight d2 played, queen d8. Look at the engine bar before you think it's too fantastic.
This is the way I'm going to resurrect my chess career.
+4. +4, it says.
+4.
Yeah, it's really not impressed. Wants to go f4 now, which I guess is good timing because black is not in time to control the e5 square with pieces like knight d7, bishop f6. Yeah, computers aren't kind to the Czech Benoni. What's the old Benoni? Because I always mix up the names.
I think the old Benoni's with
Is that c5 and then e5? Or?
No. No, the old Benoni is with where you basically play a King's Indian, but you put your bishop on e7. Isn't that the old Benoni?
Maybe there is no old Benoni. That's the old Indian, right?
The old Indian. Old Indian.
Maybe old Benoni.
Yeah, old Indian. Yeah, no, you're managing to confuse me very successfully. Yeah, I don't know. There isn't an old Benoni.
No old Benoni.
However, why it used to be called the modern Benoni.
Yeah, there should be an old Benoni, not just a Czech Benoni.
I suspect that the Czech Benoni was the old Benoni.
Well, it could be.
You see what I mean?
Makes sense.
But where you play c5 and e5, where white hasn't played c4, I think that's just a bad Benoni, isn't it? Rather than an old Benoni.
It says in the back of my head there's also something called the Schmidt Benoni, but I might have made that up as well.
No, the Schmidt Benoni I think is where that is. But there's if you put so d4 knight f6 c4 c5 d5
and g6 or some over like.
Yeah, exactly. But isn't that where there's a knight on c3?
Could be.
No, with the pawn on c2.
Like d4, c5, d5, whatever. Knight f6, knight c3.
Yeah.
d6, c4, g6.
Yeah, via some move order or other.
Yeah.
I think that's a Schmidt Benoni, isn't it?
Could be.
I'm not sure. Maybe with or without the pawn on c4.
The only thing I know is that Alexander Grishuk taught us that Benoni means son of sorrow.
Son of sorrow,
exactly.
That's right. That's right. Son of sorrow.
f4 plate and more sorrow incoming. Yeah, these kids, they're well trained. Yeah, you can't surprise them with knight f6, c4, c5, d5, e5. Looks like Pragnanda knows the plan very, very well here.
Okay, so I'm assuming that black cannot allow f5. You have to take this.
Yeah, but black cannot allow e5 either, can he? It's just, yeah.
Okay, so you put the knight back on e8.
This one, yeah.
Hope you're going to find some way to blockade. Okay,
That's so sad. This guy is also.
Okay, so you take it. Now, bishop d6, knight d6. I don't know which one.
I guess you just never get the pieces where you want them, right?
Black's rooks
too active, and now the rooks look a little misplaced. Yeah.
Really. Yeah, you might get to one of those positions where even if black plays b5, you just sort of ignore it. You don't even take a pawn.
Yeah.
Just carry on.
Do your worst. Anyway, it's all on the board. Nice f8 plate.
Yeah, but it is dreadful, isn't it?
It's sad.
White hasn't even had to rush forward with the h pawn.
No, could still do it.
Could do.
But e5 looks very
you've got to go
natural. So it gets you the square.
Exactly. Yeah, it's nice to have h3 and g4 and just to keep the pawn on h3 so that the knight is all just buried.
Yeah, dominating. Poor g7 knight. Yeah, but hard to blame Wei Yi. You gotta try something. There are no lines that are winning for black against 1d4. And it's a must-win situation against a strong opponent.
Prag has basically made one mistake in this match, and that was to take the h pawn.
Yeah, he's playing very well.
Yeah.
He also doesn't seem to get tired. Now look at his eyes. He's as focused as if they had just started.
Well, that's a great picture. So what time is it? I mean, I'm assuming he's in Chennai. Let me think. What time is it?
It's like 3 hours difference. So later there? Question mark.
Or 4.5 hours. I think they
4.5.
4.5.
So
we can find out.
I think Googling Chennai time will be faster than us guessing. Yeah.
I'll tell you. It is
1:19 a.m. I won.
Yeah, they're 4.5 hours ahead of UK. Yeah, 3.5.
Ah, right. I forgot you're in a different time zone than me. Yeah.
Yep. 4.5 from UK, 3.5 Central European. Yeah. So it is 1:19 in the morning. Apparently, he was taking during the last Champions Chess Tour. He was taking exams, or have I got that? Or was it this time or last time? I can't remember.
I saw some tweet that he missed his 11th exams, but he didn't want to miss this tournament. But I'm not quite sure.
Okay,
what that meant.
I have a feeling he'll do okay, whatever.
Yeah. He's taking his time here, though, to go e5. I just play e5 and take it from there, but probably thinking about it is more responsible.
7 minutes left. Okay, still loads of time.
Yeah. Just feels so right. Yeah, there it comes.
And the eval bar just did a little jump of joy when e5 was played.
Yeah. Now the black pieces are just too sad. Yeah, there's not on g7, the rooks. Could he take? I know it won't end well. But try to put the knight here. The problem is it's not exactly threatening anything, and at some point, white will switch to checkmating operations. Even this, yeah, just so horrible. Yeah. Any move, Queen h2. Take, but I like Queen h2.
Queen h2 is quite a cruel move, yeah.
Keep squeezing.
Yeah, Bishop c8. All this while we've been ignoring the c pawn.
Yeah. I still wouldn't take it. Just take here, like. Bring the next guy.
Actually, the funny thing is, if knight takes, then the rook was actually trapped on b8 after that. After knight e4.
Oh yeah,
it's kind of cute. Not again, not that we'd probably take it.
No, I don't even want it, but yeah.
No, you don't even want it.
It does help. No, it's just
Anyway, it's gone bishop d6 instead.
Yeah, he's taken a more direct route. I like it a little less.
By the way, just linguistic question. When did root become route?
I think they're both fine. Like
oh no, it's not a question whether it's usage. It's whether it's when did the linguistic pronunciation change? Because
I don't have a clue. I thought it was a UK-US thing, but
definitely a UK-US thing. But even in the US, I mean, we know there's rather a famous
Route 66
jazz standard. It was never Route 66. It was Route 66.
Well aware.
And that was recorded in the Nat King Cole recorded it, I think the early 50s, and that was Route 66. So when did it change? That's
I do not know.
That's my linguistic question of the day. It's been puzzling me actually, because I don't like route, because we have, of course, the English word, to rout an army.
Ah, okay, that one.
To destroy an army. So it's actually ambiguous, you see.
It's a route, yeah.
Mind you, route is ambiguous, of course, but yeah, I'm just wondering, because it was Route 66 in 1950, whatever. Don't know.
That's the advantage of being a foreigner. I can use both, and then you can freely switch. There's always these debates about leisure or leisure with Fiddler as well. We just randomly switch.
Yeah.
It is leisure though, right?
Well, depends where you're from, you know. But this is the thing, you know, English just, you know, like Latin post-Roman Empire, it just, you know, Latin splintered and eventually became different languages. I mean, I think this is happening with English as well.
Also, for many people, like we all speak some sort of English, but often the hardest to understand as a foreigner are the English, like because you're so used to foreigners' English that your proper pronunciation like really freaks us out.
Well,
for me, I think everyone's different, but for me, watching like BBC programs is so much tougher than watching US series, like depending what you're used to. Like
really,
I really need those subtitles. To watch.
How interesting. How interesting.
Because I think I would guess, since we're all more influenced by Hollywood, that your typical foreigner English is closer to American English than British English. So.
I think that's probably true, sadly. Yeah, I always get well, once we get on the subject of pronunciation and you know US English as opposed to English, then we always get comments.
Yeah.
As a linguist friend of mine says, usage decides. Basically, you know, you can't prescribe. You know, it's basically whatever is. If something becomes in common parlance, then that's it. It's correct, basically. You know.
Yeah, it's a bit sad though. In English, I can't judge, but in German, well, I'm sounding even older than I am. Like on social media, just no one uses proper grammar anymore. We have all these funny forms, but usage has decided it's too complicated. We just say ein instead of einen every time.
Yeah.
It's
well, and that's basically what happened with Anglo-Saxon, and that turned into English. You know, instead of der, die, das, then we just have the. Yeah, I was talking about this the other day with, I can't remember, some German.
Might be 5-plate, where he is trying to mix it, and maybe successfully. This, I don't know, this is more trouble. I wouldn't have touched that c5 pawn. Like, just leave it there. So now all of a sudden, knight d4 is looming. cb, queen c3 is obviously a bad idea. Knight c3 followed by knight takes d5. We have a battle.
Oh yes, I remember what it was. Sorry, I'm ignoring the chess again.
Go ahead.
They were. This German guy was complaining that when wegen is used in German, then instead of the genitive, then dative is used. So wegen.
Yeah, no, genitive we've given up.
And wegen des.
Yeah, wegen des, like people look at you strange already. That battle has been lost years ago. But now accusative is dying too. Which is a bit rougher to handle. Yeah.
Okay, but I mean that's what that's what I learned. Wegen des whatever.
Yeah. I guess that's taught, but usage has been wegen dem for years. That one I'm okay with.
Okay, they were still railing against it. They were very old school. They were saying, they were wagging their finger. They were saying this is not on. But anyway,
no, I sort of agree. But yeah, their usage has clearly spoken.
Okay, we should talk about chess because this is actually getting
more about the intricacies of the German language tomorrow. And this is a mess. Wei Yi is back. Or maybe he was never gone. What should Black do?
And he's got a massive time advantage now.
Yeah. 97, 95 is there. The king doesn't feel too safe. This pawn could be hanging. Anything is possible. Rook f1, I guess 95 will come. Queen f4.
Probably he will take.
Okay, sorry. Now it's getting to me. Route 66 was written in 1946. They're even earlier than I thought. Okay, anyway. Sorry. It was just bugging me.
Do you say router or router?
Router. And I'm assuming US English is router.
I don't know. I also say router because router sounds so weird, but I use route, which I guess is not very consistent.
Get your kicks on Route 66. Nah, sorry.
Enjoy an ice cold route beer. Queen f4. Are there any tricks? BC. I don't know how to recapture. I guess BC.
Okay, and rook a5 chops queen e4. The queen's too strong on e5.
Yeah, the queen can come back.
Nothing at all.
Knight c4, I guess, works, but it doesn't look winning, does it? Although maybe this pawn is hanging.
Okay, how do you do that? Queen c7.
Takes.
Oh, wait a second. Can you throw in knight e3 check? I mean, king b3 anyway.
Not sure.
Yeah, it's nothing.
It helps, but yeah, you can. No, I don't know. Things could happen.
Yeah, that's kind of irritating.
Didn't happen though. Rook e8 played. Wei Yi trying to keep more tension in the position.
And why not? With Prag down to 3.5 minutes roughly against 9.5.
Yeah, he wants to take here.
Tricky.
I'd be tempted to try to play h5, h6 ASAP, but
you keep
is there
time?
time?
This is your.
Oh, no, it's checkmate.
Checkmate.
But black might do something about it. I still like it. You need some counterplay. Prague.
How's he looking? Let's have another look. How's the forward?
Calculating.
It's 1:30 in the morning, and he's still working hard. Those eyes, those big eyes are wide open.
But he can't be comfortable. This,
No,
it's not the position you want in a
absolutely
draws enough
Yeah.
situation. Goes rook fe1, keeping an eye on this knight. Once again, very defensive move. What should black do though?
Yeah, I mean it's difficult to free oneself from that knight on e5. It's
Yeah, I'm also looking for some sneaky tactic to activate the queen, but I haven't seen it yet.
Not so easy.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at stuff like taking on c4 and b5 and hoping that something's happening, but it's just not working, is it?
Yeah, it looks like there's never checkmate here once this knight falls. Wei Yi also taking a moment here. Oops, sorry, let's put the position back on the board. Here we are. Maybe it's a move like queen d6 to hint at knight takes c4. I'm not sure we want that, but
Well, okay, queen d6 is kind of a holding move anyway. So It's not a disaster.
Loses sight of a5, but yeah, we're just not getting there. Wei Yi taking his time here. So if Wei Yi wins this one, the match continues with tie breaks. Gives us the chance to see some more chess tonight. Well, if he doesn't win, then Pragnanda is in the semifinals where he would meet Anish Geary.
Yeah, now your slow motion mating threat, h5, h6, perhaps comes into play.
Yeah, if black can't threaten anything, it's very much there. Although I don't know if it's high on his to-do list. Maybe he just wants to double rooks on the e-file, something. Rook 88 played. That's a logical move, threatening rook takes d5, or hinting at it at the very least.
Okay, that is. Why didn't we spot that? That's when the moves are played, we kind of go, oh yeah, yeah.
Well played.
Reasonable idea, and the king, White's king can't easily step out of the way because suddenly knight forks appear, and
it's no great square.
The queen is loose on f4, so that's an irritant.
d1 played. Can black take, or is there a counter tactic? This comes to mind, but I don't see how it works.
No, I was just looking at this, but I don't quite see it. So you take there, and
yeah, it doesn't quite work.
Okay, so let's put rook d5 on the board and have a little think there. You played it very quickly.
Well, he only has 2 minutes left, but
true.
Yeah,
some speed is necessary, but it looked like he'd anticipated at the very least.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, maybe
wants to go away.
Yeah. Okay. Then we take on d1.
Yeah. I'm not loving it.
No.
No, even a5 is hanging. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the problem.
Ah, here it comes. h5. Finally.
There you go. A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not. It seems very reasonable to me. I wasn't really making fun.
No, that's fine. But it also makes sense, I think. No, White needs to create some sort of counterplay before he gets crushed over here. And he might have the time.
Okay, well, let's just start by taking on c4 and hoping that this is going to open up. Oh, you're going to take with the bishop.
How to recapture bishop, if possible. It's a bit more active, no? Keeping an eye on this.
Then rook a5? No, rook a5 maybe.
Okay. h6 looks painfully slow. But gotta stick with it.
Gotta stick with it. Go for it.
Might just get mated before.
Yeah, well.
Check.
And then queen a5.
Here is this checkmate. Oh, I broke the program with brilliant play. And let's see if it recovers. But normally the little blue circle is bad news. Yeah, we have to restart the thingy briefly, Sotiris. Yep.
Whoops! I'll keep updating on the moves. I shall tell you what's happening. while the system is just rebooted, I can say that there was an exchange on c4, and bishop takes c4 played. So now Wei Yi has this decision whether to take on a5 or take on d1. And we were just exploring that. We're going to be back very soon. Bishop takes c4 is on the board. Rook takes d1 played, not rook a5. He obviously didn't quite believe that. But rook d1 played.
All right.
Just a quick reminder for those tuning in. Prag just need to draw. Wei Yi needs to win to get to a tiebreak, to make it 2-2 to get to a tiebreak. We already have 3 semi-finalists: Magnus, Carlsen, Anish, Geary, and Ding Liren. Now, what's going on here?
Subtle adjustments. We'll be back in a second. So rook takes d1, king takes d1 has been played.
Wow. Not fearing. Oh, but queen a5, bishop f7. Looks like quite a good punch.
That helps. Imagine the pawn was on h6, he'd have queen f7.
Oh, sparkling.
It is not, though. This is good enough.
That's good enough, yeah. Okay. Funny king on d1, but looks like no way to exploit it. Is the eval bar just stuck, or is there just some way to make it perpetual?
No, it says 0-0, some random lines. Rook e7, h6, queen d8. Who plays rook e7 though?
Yeah, I was going to say rook e7 looks very strange.
Yeah. No, it looks like the momentum is back on Pragnanda's side. No, his position is now easier to play. Like play h6 if given the chance. If not, move the king away and look for tactics.
Time's kind of evening up as well, which sort of reflects what's on the board. 3 minutes against 1:42. How are they looking? Let's have another little look. How's
Pragnanda is feeling himself again.
The big eyes are there.
Yep. Wei Yi, you see the tiniest head shake there. And he's played rook e7. First move.
Wow.
They're good at chess.
Well, he spotted the threat. Onwards, onward.
Yeah, very useful. No, also stopping knight takes c4. It's just so nice to have this king.
Yeah. Let's box it in. h6 must be.
These are the perks.
Kaboom.
And taking his time.
Now under a minute. It is, after all, when you've got a king looking rather drafty on d1, you do want to dot the i's and cross the t's. So, but he has gone for h6.
There you go.
Still a scary position for both sides, really. But yeah, it does, as you say, it feels like it's a bit scarier for black now.
Yeah.
That the king is in the box.
Such a nice box. Like, I can't think of a good waiting move, but there's just no move to show my point.
Yeah.
What I was trying to show is even this might be a threat because the box still shut. B6 is not a very constructive attempt, I'll admit.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose white has a sort of threat here, which is, well, apart from the obvious queen f6, but just to bring the king to safety, just to sort of step over with king c2.
No, but needing just a draw, I think bishop f7 is a threat as well. Like rook has to take queen e5.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like where he made it.
Yeah, reasonable.
Yeah, it feels like Pragnanda's got this. He also, his nodding frequency went way up.
Yeah, he's excited. And now Wei Yi, yeah, he's struggling. He's under a minute. And this is a very difficult position to negotiate. This is tough.
Yeah, especially having to win. So check, king c2. Let's say takes. This is still good for white here. Maybe not. Sorry, I'm just making random moves. I thought this was winning, but...
Oh, okay, we have to count again.
Yeah. Okay, it's a very random line. Queen takes a5 is on the board. That looks less random. Now queen f6. Does that work? Or
is this going to be some weird perpetual after queen a1?
Yeah, rook d7. I was... Oh, no, but he did my trick with bishop f7, rook f7, queen e5, which looks more stable.
And rook d7, do we just go king c1?
Yep.
It's just, yeah. I think it's okay because rook c7 check, king b1 is okay.
Yeah, queen a3, queen b2 also seems to work.
Yeah.
Barely, but seems to work.
Yeah. Okay, queen a3 on the board.
No, he goes king c2.
Oh.
Better. White has so much activity that black is
very chilled, very chilled. Just maintains the queen on e5, very confident.
Queen d2, king b1. Yeah. Well, he can give some checks, but he's not going to make progress.
We're just going to see perpetual.
Yeah. Or this rook ending, which is not exactly winning for black either. Rook e7.
Yeah, we had a shake of the head there.
This is it. Great effort by Wei Yi, but Pragnanda kept his cool under pressure here and earns it. He looks very disappointed, which is very understandable after.
There we go. Draw in that fourth and final game of the day. And Pragnanda, having won the first two games, slipped up in the third, but managed to draw that fourth game, so goes through to the semi-final. And we have some fascinating matchups. In the semi-final, we have Magnus Carlsen will be playing against Ding Liren, and Anish Geary will be playing against Pragnanda. Yeah, we should say we had the scores there. Anish Geary defeated Tari very convincingly. We had Magnus Carlsen defeated David Anton reasonably convincingly, 2.5-half. And Ding Liren, yeah, pretty convincingly defeated Shakhriyar Mamedyarov to go through. So we have two semi-finals. Well, obviously, we have the semi-finals tomorrow. Jan, just very quick thought on today before we talk about the semi-finals.
The favorites came through more or less convincingly, no? And Pragnanda, I'm not sure how much of an outsider he was, but I thought he was an outsider in this match. He proved us very wrong. And also, with this one hiccup, convincingly defeated Wei Yi. He just keeps getting stronger and stronger, and it's going to be a fun match tomorrow against Anish.
Yeah, your thoughts on that one? I mean, Anish must be the favorite.
Yeah. I'll go with Anish and Carlsen. I'm very creative. I look who has the higher rating, and then I pick those.
Very sound, very sound. Good stuff. Okay, folks. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. And we'll be back again, same time, same place, same team, 1800 hours Central European time for the semi-finals. Should be very interesting indeed. Jan, thanks very much for your company, and we'll see everyone tomorrow.
Yeah, a pleasure. Bye.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.